Chapter 2, 97. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. His strength had increased by a lot this time. First of all, his body size had reached an unprecedented 196 meters. In addition, he was only one evolution away from 200 meters. Other than that, Wang Mang's body width had also increased a little. Now, his body width had reached 9 meters. His speed had also reached 128 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, his weight had reached 1 million kilograms. In other words, his body mass was equivalent to 1,100 tons. What did 1,100 tons mean? To be honest, Wang Mang himself was not too sure. A small car was only 2 or 3 tons. His body mass was equivalent to hundreds of small cars. This was very exaggerated. Moreover, Wang Mang had discovered it. When his body mass exceeded 100, both his body mass and weight had increased. All of them were in a state of explosive growth. In short, the growth was getting more and more ridiculous. Now, Wang Mang could say that there were no creatures on land that could threaten him. Even the various weapons of the Empire were not much of a threat to him. Even if an atomic bomb exploded, it would not be able to kill him. He could easily dodge it. In addition, Wang Mang's cultivation had reached 7,100 years. With such cultivation, Wang Mang had already caught up with the Red Empire's demon emperors. Wang Mang even thought that with his current strength, he could even beat Stone Emperor until he called him Grandpa. Even if Nanhua Old Deity came, he would not be afraid, because the increase in cultivation was an increase in overall strength. It did not mean that it only increased cultivation, but it increased in all aspects. For example, a 5-year-old child holding a kitchen knife had limited lethality. How could a 20-year-old adult holding a kitchen knife have the same lethality? This was obviously a completely different concept. Cultivation represented strength. It was the same principle. For a moment, Wang Mang was in high spirits, looking at the entire Red Empire. It seemed that there was no demon emperor that could be his opponent. Among the human powerhouses, only Nanhua Old Deity made him pay attention. Speaking of Nanhua Old Immortal, Wang Mang didn't know how he was doing. After all, Wang Mang was also curious about the power of the bad luck card. But Wang Mang would never know. Coincidentally, he had used the bad luck card to harm the Nanhua Immortal. Nanhua Old Immortal had lost a half-immortal treasure. If he knew the news, Wang Mang would probably be even happier. Being invincible is so lonely. The current me should be able to look down on all heroes. As expected, this emperor is one of the most talented people. If the heavens didn't give birth to me, Wang Mang, all eternity, would be like a long night. At this moment, Wang Mang muttered to himself in an indomitable tone, after proudly bragging for a while. That was why Wang Mang was hesitating whether he should continue evolving. Right now, he was only 10 billion evolution points away from evolving once again. However, Wang Mang still had 4 blind boxes. Thus, Wang Mang was still confident about evolving once again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was a bit moved. How about evolving once again? After all, a volume of 200 meters sounded much better than 196 meters. Thinking about this, Wang Mang had already made a decision. He decided to try to evolve once again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to struggle. Should he open the advanced blind box first, or should he open the top grade blind box first? Forget it. Let's open the advanced blind box first. Anyway, it was 10 billion evolution points. Counting on 1 or 2 blind boxes to open, it was unlikely. After Wang Mang muttered to himself, he said in his heart, "System, open the advanced blind box." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the advanced blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 45 million evolution points. Damn. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Right now, he would need 10 billion evolution points to evolve. However, the first prize of the advanced blind box was only a few tens of millions evolution points. For Wang Mang, this was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. This amount of evolution points was enough to make a chicken feather. At the same time that Wang Mang was speechless, he also began to feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that the next prize would not be good enough. Wang Mang was waiting anxiously. A minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the second time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 corpse subduing talisman. F***CK, your mother. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but curse. Fuck, what use did he have for the corpse subduing talisman? He was not a Taoist, so he did not need to catch ghosts or subdue demons. This thing was completely useless to him. At the same time, Wang Mang's mood became even more gloomy. He did not get anything good after opening the prizes twice. What was going on? Could it be that his luck was just for show? To be honest, Wang Mang did not even have the strength to curse. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the third time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 500 million evolution points. After hearing about the prizes this time, Fang Qiu was shocked. Wang Mang's gloominess lessened a lot. Although 500 million evolution points was not much, however, compared to the previous 2 prizes, Wang Mang felt that 500 million evolution points was already good. He hoped that the next prize would be better. Otherwise, even if he opened all the blind boxes, Wang Mang did not have much confidence that he would be able to obtain enough evolution points to evolve again. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 500 million evolution points. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Hearing the prize this time, Wang Mang felt a lot better. He had already accumulated 1 billion evolution points. This advanced blind box was not too bad compared to the previous ones. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 600 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was not bad. An advanced blind box could give him 6 billion evolution points. In Wang Mang's opinion, this was already not bad. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became better. System, open the advanced blind box again. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the advanced blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 900 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately felt happy. Not bad, not bad. This advanced blind box gave him 900 million evolution points. It was much better than the advanced blind box. This was a good sign. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. He hoped that the next prize would be as awesome as before. This was because Wang Mang saw a lot of hope from this advanced blind box. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. 9 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's heart was once again bursting with joy. Good. Very good. This was only the 2nd prize. It was already close to 3 billion evolution points. This advanced blind box was awesome. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's heart was filled with joy. At the same time, Wang Mang was looking forward to the next prize. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 2 billion evolution points. Damn. Good, good. Very powerful. Wang Mang was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He never thought that an advanced blind box could be so awesome. This was only the fourth prize. It gave him so many evolution points. That was a total of 5 billion evolution points. How many evolution points could he get next? Thinking about this, Wang Mang became excited. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained. Chapter 298. Then, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time. Frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 400 million evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. He was happy for nothing. He thought that the fifth time would be even more heaven-defying. In the end, he got 400 million evolution points. This caused Wang Mang to be greatly disappointed. However, the evolution points he got from the entire advanced blind box, Wang Mang was still very satisfied. This was the second advanced blind box. How many evolution points did he get? A total of 5. For billion evolution points. This was 3 times more than the first advanced blind box. Originally, he did not have that many evolution points. Now, his evolution points had reached 8 billion evolution points. This was the last 6 billion evolution points that Wang Mang needed to evolve again. 2 top-quality blind boxes gave him 6 billion evolution points. From Wang Mang's point of view, it was too simple. After all, the top-quality blind box was not something that the advanced blind box could compare to. The good things that he got did not seem to disappoint Wang Mang. Maybe a top-quality blind box would give him 6 billion evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said happily, "System, open a top-quality blind box for me." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened a top-quality blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained skill fusion card. Skill fusion card. After 3 skills are fused, a new skill will appear. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang froze for a moment and was speechless. This skill fusion card was not good, but it was not bad either. It could be considered to fuse a new skill, because Wang Mang did not use many skills now, other than a few skills that were necessary for battle. The rest of his skills were actually not that useful anymore, because many of his skills were gradually being replaced by divine abilities. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be speechless again. This was simply beyond Wang Mang's understanding of the best blind box. Oh my God! This isn't the best blind box I imagined. In truth, the blind box had actually given him 100 million evolution points. Even Wang Mang was taken aback. This was too fake. I hope that the next prizes won't disappoint me. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the third time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would open something rubbish again, or give him a few 100 million evolution points. If that was the case, Wang Mang would definitely doubt his life. Luckily, after the third draw, he had finally obtained evolution points. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 900 million evolution points. Not bad, not bad. I won't get angry. At this moment, Wang Mang kept comforting himself. Fine. In truth, Wang Mang was already in a bad mood. If it was an advanced blind box, then forget it. But the problem was that this was a best blind box. After 4 draws, it only gave him 2 billion evolution points. what the hell was going on, especially when he thought about how the best blind boxes in the past only gave good things. Wang Mang became even angrier when he thought about it. What the hell was this? It felt like he had opened a fake best blind box. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 200 million evolution points. Damn it, 200 million evolution points had come. Is this trying to get rid of a beggar? Wang Mang immediately became angry. Originally, his good mood was good. Now, they had been tossed around and disappeared. At the same time, Wang Mang did not have much hope for the next prizes. From Wang Mang's point of view, the best blind box could be considered as useless. He had never opened such a deceitful best blind box. Just when Wang Mang was cursing in his heart, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 300 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more speechless. He felt that he had opened a lonely box. Damn! A best blind box only gave 25 evolution points. It was not even as good as an advanced blind box. Even Wang Mang was filled with anger when he opened this top-grade blind box. Damn it, I don't believe it. If you have the ability, then let me open some more trash. Wang Mang angrily gritted his teeth. Then Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, open another best blind box for me. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened a best blind box. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's anger finally calmed down a lot. This was because Wang Mang had discovered something. As long as the first item from the blind box was not too bad, then the quality of the items from the blind box was not bad. However, if the first item was not good, then the next item would definitely not be good. This was something that Wang Mang had gained experience from opening so many blind boxes. Of course, everything had an exception. However, Wang Mang had seen through it. This kind of exception was very rare. However, the best blind box this time, Wang Mang felt that it should not be too bad. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 2nd time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 5 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but secretly nod his head in satisfaction. This second best blind box's quality was indeed very high. This was only the 2nd time he had opened it, and he had already obtained 5 billion evolution points. It could be said that with only 2 draws, he had already surpassed the previous best blind box. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next draw. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 2 billion evolution points. Ding! The accumulation has met the requirements for evolution. Would you like to begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang happily muttered. At the same time, Wang Mang could not help but secretly sigh. Damn, this was also a top-quality blind box, but why was the difference so big? At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a 7,000-year-old Emperor-level spirit peach, heaven and earth treasure. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned for a while. He was somewhat speechless. However, this prize was not too bad. The only bad thing was that his cultivation was lacking. If he was given a 9,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure, Wang Mang would definitely be very happy. Thus, Wang Mang could only hope. If he was given a heaven and earth treasure, then he would give him something with a higher cultivation. At this moment, The system's voice sounded for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained. Chapter 299. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 500 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt a bit regretful. He thought that the system would be as awesome as before. At the very least, it should give him more than 1 billion evolution points. He did not expect that this time's lottery draw would fail. However, Wang Mang did not mind. After all, this was a good item from the top quality blind box. It was much better than the previous top quality blind box. Even if it turned out to be trash, Wang Mang could still accept it. Moreover, he already had enough points to evolve again. This was also the reason why Wang Mang's mentality was so good. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 500 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless again. These 2 consecutive times gave him 500 million evolution points. This amount of evolution points was like a drizzle to Wang Mang. However, thinking about it, the second top quality blind box gave him 5 billion evolution points. Wang Mang's mood became a lot better. Although all the blind boxes were open this time, his harvest was also very good. He once again accumulated enough evolution points to evolve again. Thinking about it, Wang Mang's mood became very good. After that, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, take out the 7,000 years cultivation level spirit peach." In the next moment, a huge and tender peach appeared in front of Wang Mang's eyes. After seeing the peach in front of him, Wang Mang did not hesitate and swallowed it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Devoured the 7,000 years cultivation level spirit peach, heavenly treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 300 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's heart was bursting with joy. Not bad, not bad. After this evolution, his size would reach an unprecedented level of 200 meters. Just thinking about it made Wang Mang excited. For Wang Mang, this was another major obstacle. At the same time, it was also a breakthrough in strength. With that thought, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice then sounded frowny-faced. Ding! Successfully deducted 14 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. 2 hours later, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his evolution. After waking up, Wang Mang observed his body. He was surprised to find that his 2 horns had grown quite a bit. Now, the 2 sharp corners had reached a length of nearly 10 meters. Other than that, his body length did not change much. He felt that he had improved. However, the improvement shouldn't be too great. But how many changes had there been? Wang Mang needed to check his personal information to know. With that thought, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of him. Host Wang Mang. Type, 4-winged bullflame python. Limit, cultivation, 7,200 years, demon emperor. Body shape, 200 meters long, 9 meters wide. 2 million kilograms weight. Combat power, 2 million kilograms bite force, 129 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water-breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Magical powers, king's slavery, soul control seal, broken body regeneration, mysterious water domain, heaven escape, magma eruption, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, one step in the world. Space. Information detection. Free chance to upgrade magical powers X1. Powerhouse cross-border projection summoning card X1. Skill fusion card X1. Shopping center. Activated. Luck. 88 Dragon among snakes. Evolution points. 2. 3 billion/15 billion. Current ranking. 68th in the world. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang secretly nodded with satisfaction. Although this evolution did not increase his strength by much. However, Wang Mang's body size had increased by quite a bit. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the level of 7,200 years. In Wang Mang's opinion, such a level was among the land demon emperors. Within the Red Empire, there should be no opponents, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel proud. He had a feeling of swallowing mountains and rivers. However, Wang Mang was somewhat hesitant about whether to use the skill fusion card. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang finally decided that it was better not to use it. After all, most of his current skills could be used in battle, and none of them were too trashy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided not to use the skills for the time being. Now, his priority was not to solve the problem of the skills. Instead, his priority was to solve the problem of the template. This was because his body size had already reached 200 meters. This was already the limit of the current template. Therefore, what Wang Mang needed to solve now was the problem of the new template. Thinking of this, Wang Mang also felt a little helpless. He realized that he could not stay idle after coming out. His strength had just skyrocketed. Right now, he needed to think of a way to create a new template. However, Wang Mang was also looking forward to his new template in the future. What would this new template be like? Just as Wang Mang was thinking about how to create a template, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected the current situation of the host. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Ignore the Nanhua old deity, who has been severely injured. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 500 million evolution points. Beginner blind box X1. Mission 2 sees the opportunity to teach the Nanhua old deity a lesson when he has already been greatly injured. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 1 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 3, hit the Nanhua old deity when he has already been greatly injured. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Designated lottery ticket X1. Random lottery ticket X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang could not help but be stunned. His strength had increased greatly. He was just looking for a target to test out. A mission appeared just like that. Moreover, the target of this mission was the Nanhua old deity. If it was in the past, Wang Mang would have rejected it without hesitation. After all, even if he had reached his current strength, he did not have the confidence to take down the Nanhua old deity. However, this referred to the Nanhua old deity when his strength was at its peak. But now, the Nanhua old deity was greatly injured. Damn it, this ferocious old man. Is he finally going to die? Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. Chapter 300. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang became even more excited. This damned old man was too much of a bully. Oh no, it should be. He's too much. Not long ago, he even tried to kill me. I'm in such a sorry state now. I'm finally at my limit. Just thinking about it, Wang Mang couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. *CK, that damned old man. You finally have a day like this. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made a decision. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, System, I choose mission 3. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more motivated, because among the 3 missions, whether it was the first or the second mission, it was fine. Compared to the 3rd mission, the rewards of these 2 missions were simply too weak. Moreover, the conflict between the Nanhua old deity and Wang Mang had been going on for a long time. Moreover, if the old man didn't die, Wang Mang would feel uneasy. After all, in the Red Empire, the only one who could suppress him was the Nanhua old deity. After killing the Nanhua old deity, it seemed like he would be the real boss in the Red Empire. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more motivated. Moreover, the benefits of killing the Nanhua old deity were not limited to this. At that time, he would have a new template, 1 designated lottery ticket, 1 random lottery ticket, a top-quality blind box, and 2 billion evolution points. He might even be able to get rid of the template and evolve again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel happy. After being happy for a while, Wang Mang, who had calmed down, immediately noticed a problem. That was, he didn't know where the Nanhua old deity was. What if the Nanhua old deity wasn't in the Changbai Mountains? Forget it. Let's go take a look first. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took out the map and looked at it for a while. Only then did Wang Mang come out of the cave and set off again. After arriving outside the cave, Wang Mang's body instantly transformed into its huge original form, and then 4 wings grew out from its back. Then Wang Mang's body soared into the sky and instantly soared into the clouds. At the same time, beside the heaven lake of Changbai Mountain, in a simple thatched hut, at this moment, Nanhua old deity's face was pale and haggard. This was because not long ago on his way back, he had encountered his greatest enemy. After a tough battle, Nanhua old immortal was almost killed by his greatest enemy. In the end, he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Moreover, he had always believed that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Therefore, he did not go anywhere. Instead, he returned to his lair. In Nanhua old immortal's view, his mortal enemy would never expect him to return to Changbai Mountain. Thinking of this, Nanhua old immortal smiled and said to himself, "Old Monster 5 Poisons, you wouldn't even dream that I would hide in my lair." Not long after, the Nanhua old immortal thought of something, and his face turned gloomy. He realized that he had been very unlucky recently. For the past 2 days, everything had gone wrong, and he was plagued by bad luck. Ever since he obtained the half-deity treasure, his luck seemed to have disappeared, and he was constantly in danger. However, he could not figure out what was going on. Even if he tried to figure it out crazily, he would still not be able to figure it out. Nanhua old immortal's face turned gloomy as he thought of this. "I don't believe it. I've been hiding in my lair for the past few days. If I don't go out, do you think these bad luck things will come to me?" But as soon as he said this, Nanhua old immortal felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. This inexplicable sense of uneasiness made Nanhua old immortal a little scared, because whenever he had this feeling in the past 2 days, something bad would happen. Moreover, the bad things here were not ordinary bad things. In fact, it was very likely that he would face an extremely dangerous situation. Damn it! What's going on? Where is the source of this uneasiness? Nanhua old immortal said with a ferocious face. He even had the urge to run away from his lair immediately, but in the end, Nanhua old immortal suppressed the urge. In Nanhua old immortal's eyes, encountering something dangerous outside was much more dangerous than encountering something dangerous in his lair. Nanhua old immortal suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. No matter what kind of danger it was, Only absolute strength could help him get through it. Moreover, his vitality was greatly damaged and he was heavily injured. His physical condition was very bad. In this situation, he might not even be able to use half of his strength. Instead of worrying about danger, he would rather take the opportunity to heal himself. But at this moment, Nanhua Old Immortal suddenly opened his eyes and sensed the terrifying demonic chi coming from the cottage. Nanhua Old Immortal quickly got up and rushed out of the cottage. He saw a familiar figure appear in the distance. The next moment, Nanhua Old Immortal saw Wang Mang's familiar figure. But to Nanhua Old Immortal's surprise and anger, Wang Mang's strength skyrocketed again. Last time, Wang Mang was only a demonic emperor. His cultivation was only at the level of 6,000 years. But this time, Wang Mang's cultivation was at the level of 7,000 years. Not only that, Wang Mang's aura was unbelievably powerful. It was not the aura of an ordinary 7,000-year demonic emperor. He was not weaker than the Emperor of Stone at all. That was why Nanhua Old Immortal was so scared. Damn it! Could he be any more disgusting? This was even worse than his dead show air. But Nanhua Old Immortal didn't show it. On the contrary, Nanhua Old Immortal still looked calm. He didn't want Wang Mang to see that he was weak and severely injured. Therefore, the Nanhua Old Deity stared at Wang Mang coldly and said, "Don't worry. Bastard, last time you were lucky enough to escape. Instead of going and hiding, you dare to appear in front of this old man. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill this bastard?" Hearing Nanhua Old Immortal's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he knew that Nanhua Old Immortal was bluffing. After all, the system's judgment had never been wrong. Therefore, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Nanhua Old Immortal, Nanhua Old Immortal, Ben Huang has seen through the mortal world recently. Therefore, I have come here today to seek nothing but death. Old Immortal, Ben Huang knows that he has sinned. Please kill me." Chapter 301. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Nanhua deity looked as if he had seen a ghost. Especially after hearing Wang Mang's words, he looked as if he had realized something. The Nanhua deity was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was Wang Mang doing? Was he really here to ask for death? But the Nanhua deity couldn't figure it out. What kind of monster emperor would come here to ask for death? Thinking of this, the Nanhua Old Immortal started to panic. He wondered if Wang Mang had noticed his abnormality and was testing him. Thinking of this, the Nanhua Old Immortal was both shocked and angry, but he also began to think of a countermeasure. Seeing Wang Mang begging for death, the Nanhua deity was even more furious. If Wang Mang dared to ask for death when he was in his peak state, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to slap Wang Mang to death. But the problem was that he was just bluffing. If he were to make a move, then Wang Mang would definitely notice something was wrong. The Nanhua deity said coldly, "Fine. Seeing that the heavens are benevolent, this old man will let you go. You can leave now. Take care of yourself." With that, the Nanhua Old Immortal snorted, flung his sleeves, and prepared to return to the thatched hut. At this moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This old man was really good at pretending. Even at this point in time, he could still continue to pretend. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang purposely shouted with a sorrowful tone, "Wait, old deity, Ben Huang doesn't want to live anymore. I beg you, please kill me. I want to repent and atone for my sins." Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Nanhua Old Immortal, who had just turned around, twisted his face. Nanhua Old Immortal was infuriated. He had never heard of such a despicable request in his life. Moreover, he could see it clearly. It was very likely that Wang Mang had sensed his abnormality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked him again and again. Thinking of this, old immortal Nanhua hesitated. He wasn't sure if he could take down Wang Mang with his current strength. After all, Wang Mang was no longer the same as before. His cultivation had reached the level of over 7,000 years. Compared to him, there was still a gap of 1,000 years. But the problem was that he might not even be able to use half of his strength. But at this moment, Wang Mang's words made his hair stand on end. Suddenly, Wang Mang's slightly doubtful voice came from behind. "Nanhua, old immortal, are you seriously injured?" Old immortal, Nanhua's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned around. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation of true energy was being emitted from his body. His eagle-like eyes stared coldly at Wang Mang, and he said indifferently, "You can try. This old man is in a good mood, and will let you go. Don't act recklessly." Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. "Really? Let's give it a try then. Then, Huang, I'd like to see who will die in whose hands today." Hearing Wang Mang's naked provocation, as well as the killing intent in his words, Wang Mang was stunned. Old immortal Nanhua knew that a fierce battle was unavoidable. With that thought in mind, the Nanhua old immortal shouted angrily, "Good, since that was the case. Today, this old man will kill you on the spot." With that said, Nanhua old immortal's aura burst out. Strong winds blew in all directions, and true qi vibrated. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was shocked. He immediately guessed that this old man must be angry out of humiliation and was about to go all out. But in the next moment, the Nanhua old immortal suddenly shot into the distance. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. The F*CK, what happened to the promised battle to the death? In the end, he F*King ran away? For a moment, Wang Mang was speechless. However, Nanhua old immortal had escaped. Wang Mang was not worried at all, because with his speed, the Nanhua old immortal would not be able to escape. Also, the Nanhua old immortal's escape proved one thing. The Nanhua old immortal's condition was worse than what the system had said. Thinking of this, Wang Mang sneered. "Old man, do you think you can escape from Ben Huang?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang flapped his wings and flew away as fast as lightning. At the same time, Wang Mang also used his divine power, one step in the heavens. In an instant, Wang Mang's already super-fast speed was so fast that his afterimage could not be seen. In just a few minutes, Wang Mang had already seen the Nanhua old immortal fleeing in the sky. At the same time, the Nanhua old immortal also sensed that Wang Mang had caught up from behind him. When he looked back, the Nanhua old immortal's face was as dark as water. He immediately rushed down the mountain. At the same time, the Nanhua old immortal also felt very frustrated. This was because he had never thought that one day he would be chased by an ant that he used to look down on. But in the next moment, the Nanhua old immortal felt a terrifying presence behind him before he could get angry. He instinctively dodged and saw a huge beam of magma light explode from his side. Clearly, Wang Mang had used an offensive divine power on him from behind. Shocked and furious, the Nanhua old immortal did not dare to stay any longer. Because Wang Mang's offensive divine power was much stronger than before, while the Nanhua old immortal was furious, Wang Mang's arrogant voice came from behind him again. "Nanhua old immortal, why are you running? Didn't you want to fight Ben Huang to the death? If you have the ability, then stop and fight me to the death. Ben Huang wants to laugh when he sees you running away. Aren't you very powerful? Come on, don't run if you can. Do you believe that Ben Huang will crush your balls?" Faced with Wang Mang's provocation, the Nanhua old immortal finally couldn't hold back his anger. "Shameless bastard, why didn't you come and fight me when I was at my peak? You're taking advantage of me. When I'm down, give me half a month to recover, then we'll fight again. Wang Mang sneered in his mind after hearing the Nanhua Old Immortal's words. Motherf asterisk Kerr, give him half a month to recuperate, and then we'll see who's better. How could Wang Mang agree to such an idiotic request? If he really gave the Nanhua Old Immortal time to recover, then what was the point of him coming here? If he really gave the Nanhua Old Immortal time to recover, how could he complete the mission? F asterisk CK. Looks like this Nanhua Old Deity is really too ugly to dream about. He was here to kick him when he was down, okay? Unless he had nothing else to do, he would fight this old man fairly. Of course. That was what he thought. Wang Mang sneered on the surface. Nanhua Old Immortal, looks like you're really old and useless. A true expert won't find excuses for his failure. How about this? Ben Huang won't bully you. Ben Huang will use 10% of his strength to fight you. How about that? Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Nanhua Old Immortal laughed in anger. Really? Hearing this, Wang Mang proudly said, Of course. More real than a pearl. Ben Huang is a man of his word. Plus, Nanhua Old Immortal, do you really think you can escape? Ever since I became a king, I've been unstoppable and invincible. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Even 10% of his strength can easily suppress you. Chapter 3:02. After hearing Wang Mang's arrogant words, the Nanhua Old Deity was even more furious. He had never seen such a shameless monster. Ever since he claimed the title of king, he had been unrivaled throughout the world. Who was the one who had been chased by him in the first place? Thinking of this, the Nanhua Old Deity sneered. You were chased by me like a stray dog. Hearing the Nanhua Old Deity's words, Wang Mang was enraged and said coldly, You're misleading the public with your lies. You're shameless. Old man, are you out of your mind? It's Ben Huang who's chasing you now. Ben Huang can easily suppress you with 10% of his strength. You don't even dare to fight Ben Huang with 10% of his strength, and you're running away like a rat. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Nanhua Old Deity stopped at the top of a mountain. Then he turned around and stared coldly at Wang Mang. Very well. I'd like to see how you're going to suppress me with 10% of your strength. Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh in his mind. It seemed that the old man had really lost his mind because of his anger. Thinking of this, Wang Mang sneered. Are you ready? Ben Huang is going to make his move. Ben Huang will use 10% of his strength. Don't say that Ben Huang bullied you, old man. Hearing this, the Nanhua Old Deity was very disdainful. Wang Mang could probably threaten his life if he used all his strength, but 10% of his strength was simply wishful thinking. Even if the Nanhua Old Deity was severely injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If Wang Mang dared to be so arrogant, he didn't even mind taking the opportunity to kill Wang Mang. Thinking of this, the Nanhua Old Deity said coldly, Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Hearing this, Wang Mang began to gather a vast amount of lightning energy between his two horns. At the same time, Nanhua Old Immortal's eyes were also attracted by Wang Mang. After a long while, Wang Mang finally unleashed the lightning energy that he had gathered. At the same time that he used the power of lightning, Wang Mang quietly used his divine ability. They were King's Thrall, Soul-Controlling Seal. In the next moment, the originally tense Nanhua Old Immortal suddenly frowned, and a trace of pain flashed across his old face. Clearly, this was the effect of Wang Mang's king's slavery and the Soul-Controlling Seal's mental god art. However, these two psychic abilities didn't do much harm to the Nanhua Old Deity, even though he was heavily injured. However, Wang Mang didn't expect to kill Nanhua Old Immortal with the King's Thrall and the soul-controlling seal. As long as Nanhua Old Immortal couldn't dodge in time, his lightning Dharma spell would be enough. Also, Wang Mang said that he would only use 10% of his power, but he was secretly gathering all of his power. Because of that, the power of the lightning that surged forth was like a lightning dragon. Its might was enormous as it swept forth. Nanhua Old Immortal's face changed drastically. He had just formed a true Qi shield when the terrifying lightning energy arrived. Rumble! Following an earth-shattering explosion, Qin Nan's figure flickered. Nanhua Old Immortal was drowned by the terrifying lightning energy. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Yi Zichen said. Wang Mang saw Nanhua Old Immortal with disheveled hair and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His face was twisted with anger. That's 10% of your power? You didn't keep your word. Shameless bastard. Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. Ben Huang only used 10% of his power. Believe it or not, it's fine as long as I believe it. After that, Wang Mang didn't give Nanhua Old Immortal any time to react. Under Nanhua Old Immortal's furious gaze, he spat out a mouthful of magma, shooting it out from his bloody mouth. Nanhua Old Immortal was about to dodge. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a scream. This was because Wang Mang had once again used the king's slavery, soul-controlling seal. These two divine powers, in a short time, they interfered with Nanhua Old Immortal's divine powers. At the same time, Nanhua Old Immortal tried his best to endure the splitting headache. He was in an extremely sorry state, barely managing to avoid the dangerous magma eruption. The next moment, the furious Nanhua Old Immortal was about to fight to the death. But when he looked up, he saw a sharp white bone whizzing towards him. The speed at which the snow-white, slender, and straight bone shot out was too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react or dodge it. Only a splashing sound could be heard. The long and sharp bone pierced through Nanhua Old Immortal's chest. Then, Nanhua Old Immortal realized what had happened. He looked down at the big hole in his chest and froze. Nanhua Old Immortal had never thought that he would end up like his disciple. His disciple's chest was also pierced through, and he died. But now, he was killed by the same method. Nanhua Old Immortal was very unwilling to accept this, especially when he felt the vitality in his body dissipating. At the same time, the true Qi in his body was also spreading out. Then, the Nanhua Old Immortal suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Mang with a face full of hatred and madness. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Nanhua Old Immortal had already lost his heart, but he still shot out as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Wang Mang was shocked. He knew that Nanhua Old Immortal had gone crazy. Obviously, he wanted to drag Chen Fan down with him, even before he died. Wang Mang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He flapped his four wings and shot into the sky. At the same time, Wang Mang also used one step in the heavens. His speed increased by 100 times. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang was already hundreds of miles away. Wang Mang didn't forget to look back. The next moment, Wang Mang saw that, in the distant space, suddenly, a huge explosion of fire appeared. The scene of the explosion was like a small mushroom cloud. The true Qi from the explosion swept across the surrounding area like a wave. It caused the color of the heavens and the earth to change along with it. Winds rose, clouds surged, and a tempest arose. Rumble! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. At the location of the explosion, tens of miles of mountain range were instantly reduced to ashes. Wang Mang was dumbstruck by the terrifying might of the attack. In fact, Wang Mang even felt his heart palpitating. Oh my, Nanhua Old Immortal is too terrifying. He could even self-detonate before he died, and he wanted to drag Chun Fan down with him. Also, the power of his self-detonation was too strong. Dozens of miles of mountains were instantly turned into ashes. Just as Wang Mang's heart was filled with lingering fear and inwardly sighing, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Mission completed. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Obtained 2 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Obtained 1 top-quality blind box X1. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Obtained 1 random lottery ticket X1. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Obtained 1 random lottery ticket X1. Chapter 303. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang came back to his senses and could not help but burst with joy. Not bad. Not bad. Now he did not need to worry about the new template. This was because he only needed to select the lottery chance. Apart from this, Wang Mang's rewards were the random lottery, the top quality blind box, and so on. However, Wang Mang wasn't sure if he would be able to evolve again with this small amount of things. This was because no matter how heaven-defying a top-quality blind box was, it could not give him tens of billions of evolution points. As for the random lottery chance, it was completely up to fate. If he was lucky, he would not get anything bad from the random lottery chance. But the uncertainty of this thing was too great. Thus, Wang Mang was not too optimistic. He knew that he wanted to evolve again. He needed to accumulate more good things. With this thought, Wang Mang made up his mind. He decided to go to the Nan Hua Old Immortal's nest to take a look. He wanted to see if he missed anything. If not, there was no point in staying in the Changbai Mountains. Thinking about this, Wang Mang moved and instantly arrived at the place where the Nan Hua Old Immortal had self-destructed. Wang Mang felt extremely helpless as he looked at the ruins within a radius of several dozen li. It seems that the Nan Hua Old Immortal's corpse was destroyed. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang left the nearby mountain range and arrived near Changbai Mountain's Heavenly Lake. After arriving near the Heaven Lake, Wang Mang shrunk his body and entered the Nan Hua Old Immortal's thatched hut. However, after entering, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. This was an extremely crude, thatched hut. There was nothing good inside. There were no natural treasures. There were no cultivation methods or secret manuals. This made Wang Mang feel very disappointed. Damn, this is too poor. This is an old thing, an old monster. But it did not leave anything good behind. Wang Mang felt that this was not possible. However, it was indeed as poor as a church mouse. There was only a bamboo bed, a wooden table, and a green lamp in the simple thatched hut. Mother of Asterisk, this place was even cleaner than his dog's nest. Damn, that bastard Nan Hua Old Immortal didn't leave any treasures behind. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very depressed and angry. Originally, he thought that there would be some unexpected gains. In the end, Wang Mang was greatly disappointed. In his anger, Wang Mang left the straw hut. Then he transformed into his enormous body and destroyed the thatched hut. After destroying the thatched hut, Wang Mang felt much better. Just as Wang Mang was about to leave, Wang Mang suddenly saw the huge heavenly lake in front of him. After seeing the heavenly lake, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something. If he was not mistaken, there was a beast dominator in the heavenly lake. Moreover, this beast dominator seemed to have a close relationship with Nan Hua Old Immortal. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to feel the aura in the heavenly lake carefully. Soon, Wang Mang felt it. Under the heavenly lake, there was a faint beast dominator aura. This meant that there was a problem. That was, the beast dominator turtle should still be in the heavenly lake. Thinking of this, Wang Mang transformed into his enormous body and dived into the heavenly lake. Accompanied by a loud noise, a wave dozens of meters high rose to the sky. The huge wave also began to ripple on the surface of the water. However, when Wang Mang dived into the water, he was surprised to find that the heavenly lake's water was not shallow. Some parts of the water were not deep, but some parts of the water were hundreds of meters deep. Moreover, Wang Mang did not swim for long before he found the Turtle Demon Emperor. In the distant water, a giant black turtle was looking at Wang Mang in the water. After seeing Wang Mang, the giant black turtle slowly said, "Fellow cultivator, what brings you here?" Obviously, he could feel the strong beast dominator aura on Wang Mang's body. This strong beast dominator aura, it was not something that a beginner beast dominator like him could compare with. Because of this, he did not dare to provoke Wang Mang. Otherwise, Wang Mang could really kill him. They were both beast dominators, but there was a gap in strength. For example, the Turtle Demon Emperor was a beginner beast dominator. If he was compared with Wang Mang, he was too weak. Therefore, the Turtle Demon Emperor did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Wang Mang. In the face of the Turtle Demon Emperor's question, Wang Mang said indifferently, "Nanhua Old Immortal is familiar with you, right?" Hearing this, the Ghost Demon Emperor was speechless. Not long ago, he knew that Wang Mang came to the heavenly lake in Changbai Mountain and provoked Nanhua Old Immortal. However, the strength of Wang Mang and Nanhua Old Immortal was not something he could interfere with. He was only a beast dominator with 6,100 years of cultivation. The gap between him and Wang Mang was like heaven and earth. Therefore, even if he found out about Wang Mang, he did not dare to show up. At the same time, Wang Mang's guess was right. His relationship with Nanhua Old Immortal was not ordinary. It could even be said that without Nanhua Old Immortal's help, he would never have become a beast dominator. Therefore, if he could help Nanhua Old Immortal, he would not hesitate. Unfortunately, Wang Mang's strength was too strong. After a long silence, the Turtle Demon Emperor said vaguely, "Yes, beast dominator, but our relationship is ordinary." After hearing this, Wang Mang sneered and said indifferently, "Really? Do you think Ben Huang is blind?" "Ben Huang, let me ask you one last time. Where is Nanhua Old Immortal's family? If you don't have it, Ben Huang can eat a beast dominator to make up for it." After saying that, Wang Mang looked at the Turtle Demon Emperor coldly. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Turtle Demon Emperor secretly felt bitter. He did not expect Wang Mang to guess his relationship with Nanhua Old Immortal. Moreover, judging from Wang Mang's tone, he was obviously forcing him to tell him where Nanhua Old Immortal's lair was. Moreover, if he did not get anything, he was afraid that this guy would attack him. Not only that, the Turtle Demon Emperor could tell from Wang Mang's unscrupulous behavior. He knew that Nanhua Old Immortal was most likely dead. Thinking of this, the Turtle Demon Emperor said helplessly, "Beast Dominator, I know where Nanhua Old Immortal's lair is, but I don't know if there's anything left in the old lair of Nanhua Immortal." After hearing this, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction and said indifferently, "Lead the way. Don't let Ben Huang down." The Turtle Demon Emperor nodded helplessly and said, "Sir, please follow me." After saying that, the Turtle Demon Emperor floated out of the water and walked toward the shore. At the same time, Wang Mang followed behind calmly. A few hours later, under the Turtle Demon Emperor's lead, Wang Mang came to a secluded forest near the Changbai mountain range. However, in Wang Mang's eyes, this mountain range was completely ordinary. It was not until the demonic Turtle Emperor brought him to a strange cave. However, When Wang Mang got close, he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. This sense of uneasiness was very strange. How strange was it? Wang Mang could vaguely hear something in his ears. From the depths of the cave, there was a low and hoarse roar. This weak and terrifying roar. It also gave Wang Mang a creepy feeling. This made Wang Mang very puzzled. Is this really Nanhua, Old Immortal's lair? At this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Discover the netherworld gate that is about to be broken. Choose to ignore it. Mission time. Choose to obtain it. Mission reward. 1 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 2. Discover the netherworld gate that is about to be broken. Choose to take action and repair the netherworld gate. Mission time. Choose to obtain it. Mission reward. 2 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Mission 3. Discover the netherworld gate that is about to be broken. Choose to take action and open the netherworld gate. Mission time. Choose to obtain it. Mission reward. 3 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Random lottery X1. Chapter 304. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that the depths of this cave was actually the gate of the netherworld. But what was this gate of the netherworld? Could it be the legendary netherworld? Did the legendary netherworld really exist? Then what was the legendary netherworld like? Could it be that this place really led to the netherworld? For a moment, Wang Mang's mind was full of doubts. At the same time, Wang Mang also began to have doubts about the turtle demon emperor bringing him here. Could it be that this dog had ill intentions and wanted to kill him? After all, he came to the lair of the Nanhua Old Immortal. As a result, he was brought to the gate of the netherworld in the cave. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's cold snake eyes revealed a cold intent. However, Wang Mang still didn't alert the enemy, because since the turtle demon emperor was leading the way, then he wasn't worried that the other party would escape. At the same time, Wang Mang also asked in his heart, System, what is the gate of the netherworld? Could it be that the gate of the netherworld is the passage to the netherworld? At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind, frowny face, yes. Host, it can be understood as the netherworld left behind after the Earth's immortals and gods disappeared. A few minutes later, Wang Mang finally figured it out. This so-called gate of the netherworld. This so-called gate of the netherworld. It was the netherworld that was sealed before the Earth's immortals and gods disappeared. Because before the netherworld's immortals and gods left. In the netherworld, there were a large number of lonely souls and wild ghosts that were punished. Therefore, before the netherworld's immortals and gods left the earth, they completely sealed the exit of the netherworld. This was to prevent these lonely souls and wild ghosts in the netherworld from coming out to harm the human world. Even according to the system's explanation, there might not be any land immortals on Earth, but there might not be any in the netherworld, because there were too many lonely souls and wild ghosts sealed in the netherworld. It was very possible that a land immortal level ghost would be born. After learning the truth, Wang Mang couldn't help but inwardly gasp. He did not expect that the turtle demon emperor would bring him to the entrance of the netherworld. He was trying to kill him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's killing intent soared to the heavens, because in Wang Mang's opinion, who knew how many demons and ghosts there were in the netherworld, even if there weren't many Earth immortals, they might still exist. In fact, there were probably existences that were close to the level of Earth immortals. Therefore, there was no benefit to Wang Mang if he really wanted to open the gate of the netherworld. It could even be said that it would not benefit Wang Mang at all, and his current position would be impacted. After all, once these monsters came out, the world would probably be thrown into chaos. This was not what Wang Mang wanted to see. This was because the later Earth was in chaos, the better it would be for him. He would have more time to improve his strength. At this moment, Wang Mang discovered that he had quietly followed the Turtle Demon Emperor to the depths of the cave. However, this cave seemed to be very deep until they were close to the depths of the Changbai Mountain. Wang Mang saw that there was nothing in this vast cave. There was only a black stone door that seemed to be covered with cracks, which was unusually conspicuous. After seeing this stone door, Wang Mang secretly guessed in his heart it was very likely that this was the legendary Netherworld Gate. At the same time, Wang Mang also quietly said in his heart, "System, I choose the first task." Yes, Wang Mang obviously chose to be a freeloader. He did not want to fill the gate of the Netherworld, because he did not know how to repair the gate of the Netherworld. In addition, he did not want to open the gate of the Netherworld, which would not benefit him. Therefore, the first task was obviously the best choice. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Advanced Blind Box X1. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Wang Mang quietly stared at the demonic Turtle King vigilantly. At this time, the demonic Turtle King suddenly turned around and respectfully said to Wang Mang, "Demonic Turtle King, behind this door is the Nanhua Elder Deity's lair. However, if you want to obtain the treasures that the Nanhua Elder Deity has accumulated, you still need to open this stone door. Old Tortoise's strength is limited, so I cannot open this stone door. However, I believe that the demonic Turtle King's strength is enough to open it." Hearing this, Wang Mang could not help but laugh sinisterly. "Do you really think that Ben Huang is that easy to fool? Is this really the Nanhua Elder Deity's lair?" Hearing Wang Mang's chilling words, the demonic Turtle King's heart sank. He guessed that Wang Mang had most likely discovered that this place was not normal. Thinking of this, the demonic Turtle King's heart was filled with bitterness and unspeakable sorrow. However, he obviously would not admit it. He said firmly, "Demonic Turtle King, I am telling the truth. If the demonic Turtle King opens this stone door and does not find the treasures of the Nanhua Elder Deity, I am willing to die as an apology." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart. At the same time, he had an indescribable feeling. He could vaguely tell that the demonic Turtle King was not afraid of death. Wang Mang could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he was very confused. Does the demonic Turtle King want to die? Is he willing to sacrifice his life to avenge the Nanhua Elder Deity? Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but shake his head. He really did not know what to say. However, the relationship between the Nanhua Elder Deity and this tortoise made Wang Mang very envious, because he did not know, if he died one day, would there be someone who would risk their life to avenge him? Perhaps there would not be anyone. Thinking of his own connections, Wang Mang could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had offended countless demonic turtles. It seemed that no one could be friends with him. It was as if the strong were destined to be lonely. It was as if the path of cultivation was destined to be invincible and lonely in the end. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said indifferently, "Demonic Turtle King, do you really not want to live anymore?" Hearing this, the demonic Turtle King's face changed drastically. He said with a terrified expression, "What do you mean, demonic Turtle King? Could it be that your lordship thinks that I'm lying to you?" While the demonic Turtle King was talking, Wang Mang immediately sensed that something was wrong. He could vaguely see the craziness in the demonic Turtle King's eyes. At the same time, Wang Mang also sensed that the demonic Turtle King's aura was rapidly expanding. It was exactly the same as the Nanhua elder deity, who wanted to self-destruct. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. Then, he used his divine power without hesitation. Wishful Bone Spur. Chapter 3:05. In the next moment, two horns flew out from Wang Mang's head. The two sharp horns turned into a crescent moon. After circling in the air for a while, it suddenly shot out as fast as lightning. Swoosh! Swoosh! In just a moment, the two crescent moon-like horns pierced a huge hole through the Turtle Demon Emperor's hard tortoise shell. At the same time, the demonic Turtle Emperor, who was about to self-destruct, was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the big hole in the turtle shell with a touch of human-like loneliness in his eyes. At the same time, the demonic chi that had gathered around him began to fade along with his vitality. Obviously, the demonic Turtle Emperor, who had been hit by Wang Mang's sure-kill divine ability, the Wishful Bone Spur, would definitely die. It was the same for Nanhua Old Deity and Lu Xiao. Because of this, Wang Mang was not worried that the demonic Turtle Emperor would self-destruct. If Nanhua Old Deity wanted to self-destruct, Wang Mang would not be able to stop him. However, if the demonic Turtle Emperor wanted to self-destruct in front of Wang Mang, he was not qualified to do so. That was because Wang Mang's strength was much stronger than the Turtle Demon Emperor's. Therefore, the demonic Turtle Emperor wanted to self-destruct in front of Wang Mang. It was simply wishful thinking. In addition, Wang Mang also noticed that the demonic Turtle Emperor was losing his vitality and was about to die. However, Wang Mang could not help but ask in a puzzled tone, "Demonic Turtle Emperor, why are you doing this? Be a good boy and tell me where Nanhua Old Immortal's lair is. I will not kill you." Moreover, Nanhua Old Deity has already died in Ben Huang's hands. Why are you courting your own destruction like a moth to a flame? After hearing Wang Mang's words, the demonic Turtle Emperor raised his head with difficulty and looked at Wang Mang with a complicated expression. "Sai, you won't understand. Forget it. I can't do anything to avenge Nanhua Old Immortal." At this point, the Turtle Demon Emperor was silent for a moment. Then his old voice sounded again. "Since you want to know, then I might as well tell you. Before the old tortoise opened its spirit, it was killed by a crane demon. At the critical moment, it was Nanhua Old Immortal who saved me. He helped me open my spirit and allowed me to cultivate. He raised me like a pet for almost 6,000 years. I've followed him for 6,000 years. Now that he's gone, there's no need for me to live anymore. My only regret is that I can't avenge the Old Immortal and repay his 6,000 years of kindness." At this point, the Turtle Demon Emperor's weak voice suddenly stopped. Then, his body crashed to the ground and lost all signs of life. At the same time, after listening to the story, Wang Mang finally understood. Why was the Turtle Demon Emperor so loyal to the Nanhua Old Immortal? At the same time, Wang Mang was deeply moved. He did not expect that the demonic Turtle Emperor had followed the Nanhua Old Deity for 6,000 years. After such a long time, their friendship was self-evident. No wonder the old tortoise still did this even though he knew he was going to die. Although he admired the old tortoise's loyalty, but Wang Mang's sadness came and went quickly. He would not let go of an enemy who wanted to harm him for any reason. Then Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the demonic Turtle Emperor. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Devoured 6,100 years of demonic Turtle Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Gained 350 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then, Wang Mang prepared to go home. After all, he did not gain anything from this trip to the Nanhua Old Immortals Cave residence. It was time to go back. At least, it was meaningless for Wang Mang to stay here. But just as Wang Mang was about to leave, a cold voice came from the gate of the netherworld. "Fellow cultivator, can you open this gate? You will be greatly rewarded after this matter is completed." After hearing the cold voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the gate of the netherworld. He could clearly sense that the voice was coming from the gate of the netherworld. After hearing the voice, Wang Mang stopped and said coldly, "You want Ben Huang to let you out, right? As for the benefits, what can you give Ben Huang?" At this moment, the cold voice came again. "A half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth." After hearing the voice, Wang Mang could not help but gasp. He did not expect the netherworld to be so rich. Damn it, the first thing it said was a half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth. A half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth. It could be said that if he obtained a half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth, Wang Mang could evolve again. However, they wanted him to let them out just because of this little benefit. This obviously could not move Wang Mang. After all, he was not such a person. Moreover, after Wang Mang weighed the pros and cons, he finally resisted the temptation. It was impossible for him to compromise. A half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth. Don't try to move him. At this thought, Wang Mang endured the pain in his heart and coldly said with a righteous tone, "Just a half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth. And you want Ben Huang to let you out? Do you think Ben Huang is a kind of demon who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? Moreover, if he lets you out, you will definitely bring disaster to the world. Although Ben Huang wants a half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth, Ben Huang will not agree to it." After saying that, Wang Mang was ready to leave, because he was afraid that he would really be unable to resist the temptation and choose to compromise. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. "If you are not satisfied with the benefits, you can mention it again. 3 half-immortal treasures of heaven and earth. What do you think? If you can open this door, we will definitely give you 3 half-immortal treasures of heaven and earth as a reward. Also, opening this stone door is not a difficult task for you, fellow Taoist." Hearing this, Wang Mang's body trembled, and he almost couldn't help but agree on the spot. However, after struggling for a long time, Wang Mang decided to give up, because in this netherworld, it was very likely that there were Earth Immortals. If they were released, the impact on Wang Mang would be too great. Thinking of this, Wang Mang roared angrily. Ben Huang said, "Ben Huang is not such a demon. Do you really think that just 3 half-immortal treasures of heaven and earth can make Ben Huang let you out?" After shouting these words, Wang Mang felt as if he had used up all his strength. At the same time, he felt extremely sad in his heart, as if he had missed the love of his life, just as Wang Mang made up his mind to leave. In the netherworld gate, the cold voice sounded again, 10 half-immortal treasures of heaven and earth. Chapter 306. Wang Mang, who was about to leave decisively. When they heard this cold voice, they were shocked. Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but tremble violently. Never had he imagined that the Netherhell would actually be so wealthy. These were 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures. If he could get 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures, then to what extent could his strength increase? Wang Mang felt that he was probably not far from the level of 8,000 years of cultivation. Just thinking about it, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little excited. In fact, there seemed to be a voice in his mind saying to him, "Let them go. Let them out. If you let them go, you can get 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures. If you let them go, your strength will soar and become a more powerful demon emperor. This voice seemed to be constantly persuading Wang Mang in his mind. Wang Mang knew that this was his greed. This was also his instinct. However, Wang Mang quickly calmed down. First of all, these 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures were indeed very tempting. However, Wang Mang felt that these 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures might not be so easy to get, because once the Netherworld Gate was opened, the demons and ghosts in the Nether Hell would run out. At that time, what if these demons and ghosts didn't admit it? What if the powerful demons and ghosts didn't keep their promises? After all, Wang Mang himself didn't like to keep his promises. He often didn't keep his promises. It was normal for him to have such a guess, because it was completely possible. After thinking for a long time, Wang Mang wanted to give up, but he couldn't bear to. However, Wang Mang wanted to agree, but he was afraid that these guys wouldn't keep their promises. Therefore, the more Wang Mang thought about it, the more tangled he became. He even fell into a struggle. At this time, the existence in the Netherworld Gate had already guessed Wang Mang's mood. The cold voice sounded again. "Fellow cultivator, what are you still hesitating for? 10 half-immortal level heavenly treasures. With 10 quasi-immortal grade heavenly treasures, to what extent will your strength soar? Furthermore, as long as you can open this stone door, we will definitely help you become a land immortal. In fact, you can even become an immortal god of a region." Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. Could these fellows help him become an immortal? Confused, Wang Mang immediately asked, "How are you going to help Ben Huang become an immortal?" At this moment, another gloomy voice sounded from the Netherworld Gate. "There are no more immortals on the continent. That's because the immortals on land have all left. At the same time, these immortals also took away the immortal medallion of the immortal profession that was revered by heaven and earth, Divine Duty Spirit Tablet. Therefore, immortals and gods are no longer allowed to exist on land. But here, we have the underworld profession, underworld token, that is revered by the heavens and earth." After hearing this cold and gloomy voice, Wang Mang became even more confused. He had no idea what the immortal badge, spirit badge, and underworld badge were. What the hell was this thing? Could it be that it was just a badge? Curious and puzzled, Wang Mang hurriedly asked in his heart, "System, this is the so-called immortal badge, spirit badge, and underworld badge that are revered by the heavens and earth. What exactly are they?" At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-face reminder, "Host, the so-called immortal badge, spirit badge, and underworld badge are." A few minutes later, after the system's explanation, Wang Mang finally understood. What were the immortal badge, spirit badge, and underworld badge? This thing was like an ID card. However, this immortal badge symbolized the identity of an immortal. For example, Wang Mang had an underworld emperor badge. In that case, Wang Mang would be able to establish a proper underworld in this world. Moreover, it would be the legitimate identity of this world, the true underworld emperor. This was the recognition of the will of the heavens and earth, the respect of all things in this world. At that time, not only would the heavens and earth not ostracize him, but they would also receive the favor of the heavens and earth. Therefore, the so-called immortal badge, spirit badge, and underworld badge were very important. There were only two ways to become a true land immortal. One was to ascend to a higher, more powerful, and vast world. The other was to obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth in this world and have an identity badge. Of course, there were no more immortal badges or spirit badges on earth. As for why, it was indeed as the existence in the Netherworld Gate had explained. The immortals on earth had taken their identity badges with them before they left After that, the Earth gradually entered an era of spiritual energy exhaustion. This led to the fact that there were no land immortals on Earth. However, Wang Mang didn't know if there were any underworld badges in the netherworld. This was because one didn't have to have an immortal badge, spirit badge, or underworld badge to become a land immortal. Even if one didn't have these 3 badges, they could still become a land immortal. However, even if one became a land immortal, they wouldn't be recognized by the heavens and earth. However, if one had such a badge, it would be much easier to become a land immortal. This was because the heavens and earth would help all the experts who had badges. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. "Fellow Taoist, what do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Mang came back to his senses and became even more conflicted. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but say, "How about this? You guys give Ben Huang the half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth first. Ben Huang will believe that what you said is true. When the time comes, he will help you break open the stone door." After hearing Wang Mang's words, there was a long silence in the netherworld gate. After a long time, a cold voice sounded. "Fellow Taoist, being able to send our voices out of this stone door is already the best way. If we could send out the half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth, we wouldn't have been trapped for so long." After hearing this, Wang Mang immediately felt a little disappointed and regretful. He knew that these guys might not be lying. If they could really get their hands on the half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth, most likely the demons and ghosts of the nether underworld had already broken free. But if that was the case, didn't that mean that he wouldn't get any benefits at all? This was because Wang Mang had never thought of letting them out. He had even been thinking of trying to trick them into getting their hands on the half-immortal treasure of heaven and earth. This was because once these guys were released, there would be too many uncontrollable factors. Chapter 307. If there wasn't, it would be fine if it was an earth immortal level existence. But if there was, then it wouldn't be a good thing for Wang Mang. At that time, his strength and status in the Red Empire would probably be greatly affected. In that case, Wang Mang was also affected by this. This wouldn't be of much benefit to him. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he could get these guys, the 10 half-immortal level heaven and earth treasures that he mentioned. Therefore, Wang Mang wasn't willing to take the risk. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's tone was filled with regret. "Since you can't give me the half-immortal heavenly treasure first, I'm afraid I can't help you." After saying that, Wang Mang prepared to leave without looking back. At this time, the existence in the netherworld gate was clearly a little anxious. The cold voice also became much more urgent. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. Fellow Taoist, as long as you open this stone door, we will definitely hand over the 10 half-immortal level heaven and earth treasures. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to doubt. Among us, there are even earth immortals." Unfortunately, in the face of this cold voice, Wang Mang was still unmoved and walked out of the cave. This also caused the voice in the netherworld gate to become somewhat flustered and exasperated. "Fellow Taoist, it's clearly just a matter of convenience. Why aren't you willing to help? Damn it, bastard. When we get out, we will definitely tear you into pieces." At the end of his sentence, the voice completely turned into an angry roar, like a malicious spirit. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. "All right, Ben Huang will wait for you to come out. But for the time being, don't even think about it." After saying that, Wang Mang left the cave. Not only that, after Wang Mang left the cave, Wang Mang even blocked the entrance of the cave. Wang Mang wouldn't be in such a bad mood if these bastards didn't say such harsh words. But Wang Mang didn't get any benefits, and even dared to say such harsh words to him. This naturally infuriated Wang Mang. so much that he even blocked the entrance of the cave. As a result, it was difficult for many demon clans to come here by chance. This was because Wang Mang had left his powerful demon royal aura in the vicinity. As long as one's strength did not surpass Wang Mang's, one would not easily get involved. After doing all this, Wang Mang felt much better. How dare he threaten him? Did they think that he, Wang Mang, was a demon that could be easily bullied? He was simply looking down on a demon emperor like him. After complaining for a while, only then did Wang Mang transform into his true form. Flapping his 4 wings, he soared into the clouds and left. 2 hours later, Wang Mang had already returned to his lair. After returning to the cave residence, Wang Mang instructed the tiger demon to look after the cave residence. Then Wang Mang, who had returned to the cave residence, began to try and see if he could continue to improve his strength. This was because he had accumulated a lot of good things later on. Of course, Wang Mang didn't know how much he had accumulated. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart happily, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of him. Host Wang Mang. Type: 4-winged bull flame python. Limit: cultivation 7,200 years, demon royal level. Body shape: 200 meters long, 9 meters wide. 2 million kilograms weight. Combat strength: 2 million kilograms. Bite force: 129 kilometers per hour. Skills: corrosive poison, body of steel, super self-healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability: king's slavery, soul control seal, broken body rebirth, mysterious water domain, heaven flight, earth escape, magma eruption, wishful bone spur, thunder incantation, 1 step in the world. Space: information detection, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, expert cross-border projection summoning card X1, skill fusion card X1, designated lottery chance X1, random lottery chance X1, top quality blind box X1, advanced blind box X1. Shopping center: activated. Luck: 88 dragon among snakes. Evolution points: 5, 6 billion/15 billion. Current ranking: 68th in the world. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang's eyes couldn't help but light up. He realized that his accumulation this time, it might be enough for him to evolve again. This was because he already had more than 5 billion evolution points. He also had a top-quality blind box, advanced blind box, and random lottery. These 3 things shouldn't be hard to gather 10 billion evolution points, right? As for the designated lottery chance, Wang Mang obviously wanted to use it to create a new template. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided, let's create a new template first. After creating a new template, he would open other things to see if he could evolve again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, use the designated lottery chance. Designated template lottery direction." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host successfully used the designated lottery chance." Subsequently, a huge lucky compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. But when he saw the prizes on the lucky compass, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. That was because the 9 prizes were as follows: frowny face template, 9-headed hell python. Template, 9-headed 8-winged python. Template, 9 tribulation sky covering python. Template, 9-colored sky swallowing python. Template, 8-winged black demon dragon. Template, immemorial void dragon. Template, 6-winged 3-headed python. Template, 4-winged flood dragon. Template, 9-headed emperor python. Seeing these 9 prizes, to be honest, it was hard for Wang Mang not to be happy. This was because the 9 prizes this time were all templates. In other words, if he opened it casually, it would give him a template. Moreover, judging from the names, the quality of the templates this time seemed to be very high. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. What kind of new template would he get this time? Wang Mang was looking forward to it. The lucky compass also began to spin. At the same time, Wang Mang also began to feel nervous. 1 minute later, the spinning speed of the lucky compass slowed down. Subsequently, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've got Chapter 308. Just as the system's voice was about to sound, Wang Mang couldn't help but hold his breath. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 6-winged, 3-headed python. 6-winged, 3-headed python. A giant python that lives in a fantasy world. It can reach a maximum length of 250 meters. Note, it has 3 heads and 6 wings. As long as all 3 heads are not destroyed, it is difficult to kill. The other 2 heads and 8 wings can extend and retract freely. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained the divine ability of the template, Destructive Fire Sea. Note, after using the divine ability, it can cause large-scale destruction. There are many ways to shoot out flames, and it is difficult to extinguish them. Everything in its path will be destroyed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained the divine ability of the template, Eternal Frost. Note, after using the divine ability, it can cause a 1-mile radius to turn into a world of ice and snow. There are many ways to use it, and it can freeze targets in a large area into ice sculptures. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained the divine ability of the template, Destructive Laser. Note, after using the divine ability, the destructive laser will destroy everything in its path. There are many ways to use it, and there is no distance limit. It can destroy most targets. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained the divine ability of the template, Fly in the Sky and Burrow into the Ground. Note, after using the divine ability, it can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There is nothing it can't do. Ding. Host, do you want to change the template? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He didn't expect to obtain the 6-winged, 3-headed python. Moreover, this template was also very awesome. Looking at the situation, it was obviously going to defy the heavens. 3 heads. The other 2 heads could extend and retract freely. Moreover, it had 6 wings. It could also extend and retract freely. If it was a battle, the scene would be unimaginable. Imagine having 3 heads and using 3 divine abilities at the same time. It was simply going to defy the heavens and kill all gods and Buddhas in their way. Moreover, with 6 wings at once, how fast could his speed become? He was afraid that his speed would increase by a large margin. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but get excited. With this thought, Wang Mang said without the slightest hesitation, "System, change the template." The next moment, Wang Mang immediately felt as if something was being pulled out of his body. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully changed the template. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully extracted the divine ability of the original template. Ding! Congratulations, host! Divine ability successfully extracted. Magma eruption. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully extracted divine ability. Heaven flight and earth escape. Ding! Detected host's ability. Mystic water heavy domain. Conflicts with template automatically removed. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully extracted divine ability. Mystic water, heavy domain. Ding! Congratulations! Host obtained compensation. Got ability lottery chance X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang stared blankly for a while before he understood. These two divine abilities came with their own divine abilities. The other one was basically useless. It could be said that these three divine abilities were not very useful to Wang Mang. Moreover, the divine ability of the new template was obviously more awesome. It even had the destructive laser divine ability. Just from the name, one could tell that it was very awesome. To be honest, Wang Mang even wished that he could find a strong person to fight right now. In addition, the system stripped the divine ability Mystic Water, Heavy Domain. He also received an additional divine ability lottery chance as compensation. Very good. This evolution of the template helped him strip out a rubbish divine ability. That was very good. But what made Wang Mang feel helpless was that the changes to his body did not seem to be big. What about his other two heads? What about his 6 wings? Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. This time, the template will be changed after the evolution. After this evolution, the host's appearance will become the appearance of the new template. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little helpless. Didn't this mean that he had to evolve again before he could see the new appearance? However, after thinking about the evolution points he had accumulated, Wang Mang suddenly felt that it was possible for him to evolve again. After all, he had accumulated a lot of evolution points. In addition to the other blind boxes, lottery chances, and so on, he should be able to accumulate enough points to evolve once. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and decided to continue opening the blind boxes to evolve again. The only thing that made Wang Mang feel conflicted was, should he open the advanced blind box or the best quality blind box? Or should he try the random lottery first? After struggling for a while, in the end, Wang Mang decided to open a high-level blind box first. As for the other good things, he would take it slow. Anyway, he had not accumulated enough evolution points. He would continue to open other things slowly. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the advanced blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the advanced blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 200 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately felt bad. The opening was only 200 million evolution points. What kind of good omen was this? Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to feel a bit apprehensive. He was afraid that the advanced blind box would be a waste. At that time, he would really want to cry. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the second time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 200 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice again, Wang Mang was completely flustered. 200 million evolution points 2 times in a row. This small amount of evolution points was not of much use to Wang Mang. After all, he was constantly evolving, and it was over 10 billion evolution points. Daddy System, I beg you to give me more. I can't even afford to eat anymore. Wang Mang nervously prayed. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's reward this time, Wang Mang could not help but secretly sigh in relief. Finally, there was a good reward. He hoped that the next reward would not disappoint him. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2 billion evolution points. Ahaha. Good. Awesome, awesome. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. This advanced blind box was already a profit. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained. Chapter 309. Soon after, the system's voice resounded for the 5th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exquisite Barbie doll. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Fuck. What's the use of giving me a Barbie doll? I'm not a child, so why give me this toy? However, he thought about how the advanced blind box had already given him 3 billion evolution points. Wang Mang felt a lot better. This advanced blind box was not bad. It was definitely worth it. Moreover, if Wang Mang did not guess incorrectly, he was still short of evolution points. He should only have 6 billion evolution points left. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became better. He did not believe that he still had a top-quality blind box and a random lottery. Could it be that he still could not gather enough evolution points? Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open the top-quality blind box." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded again, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the top-quality blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 billion evolution points. Not bad, not bad. This is what a top-quality blind box should look like. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but be overjoyed. The system had given him 1 billion evolution points. This meant that Wang Mang's evolution points had already reached 10 billion. Now, he only needed 5 billion evolution points before he could evolve again. However, Wang Mang had only opened the lottery once. Moreover, the top-quality blind box was so awesome. Who knows, the reward might even be enough after opening the box. Wang Mang was in a good mood. The system's voice resounded for the 2nd time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 billion evolution points. Oh, not bad, not bad. Hearing the system give out another reward, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. This was the top-quality blind box that he remembered. The trash top-quality blind box that he opened last time was definitely an accident. At this time, the system's voice resounded for the 3rd time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mysterious level secret scripture, 9-in Sutra, A-C-F***CK. Even the 9-in Sutra was here. Was he trying to make him become Ouyang Feng? But the problem was he was a F***king snake. Did he need these secret manuals? He didn't need it at all. Wang Mang's current strength was completely incomparable to the strong people in the martial arts world. In fact, Wang Mang's current strength was comparable to that of an earth immortal. Therefore, this thing was useless to Wang Mang, and even his father might not be too willing to cultivate it. This was because Wang Mang's father was very picky now. Their cultivation resources were all king-level natural treasures. It could be said that she had been raised by Wang Mang to be picky about her tastes. She didn't like ordinary things at all. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was once again beaming with joy. He was in a great mood. Very good. This best quality blind box had already accumulated 5 billion evolution points for him. He hoped that this best quality blind box would continue to work hard. It would strive to directly give him the last few billion evolution points. Because if Wang Mang was not out of his expectations, he should still need 1 5 billion evolution points to evolve. And now there were 2 more chances to open the prize. This was completely enough. Just as Wang Mang was happily fantasizing in his heart, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain a luxurious coffin made of pure gold. F asterisk CK. F asterisk CK. The coffin is here. What does this mean? Is this cursing me? Don't care if it's gold or not. The problem is that I will never use it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was extremely depressed. The things that came out of this best quality blind box were really the best quality. Even the coffin was the best quality of the best quality. Sigh, system, I beg you, be a human. Give me some stuff from the human world. I don't need these things from the underworld. At this moment, Wang Mang crazily ridiculed in his heart. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless again. Damn, I'm just short of 500 million evolution points. Can it give me more? At the same time, Wang Mang also knew that he needed to evolve again. It must be a random lottery. Otherwise, the last 500 million evolution points would be difficult for him to obtain. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was puzzled, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this best quality blind box was quite impressive. Many evolution points were given to him one after another. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became a lot better. Then he silently said in his heart, System, use the random lottery. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the random lottery. Then, a lucky compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. However, when he saw the prizes on the lucky compass, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. This was because the 9 prizes were frowny-face 19, 99 billion evolution points, 188, 8 billion evolution points, 12, 2 billion evolution points, 11, 1 billion evolution points, 10 billion evolution points, top grade world card X1, best quality blind box X9, divine treasure chest X1. You can choose any 3 of the prizes. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so excited after seeing the prizes. This was because among the 9 prizes, there were at least 10 billion evolution points. It was probably because he had not used the random lottery for too long. Thus, he finally managed to use the random lottery and get some good stuff. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but become happy. This was because even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to win any prize. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very happy. At the same time, he began to look forward to the next random lottery. At this time, the lucky compass began to quickly spin. 1 minute later, the lucky compass's spinning speed began to slow down. At the same time, Wang Mang was extremely nervous. He did not ask for much. Just give him 100 billion evolution points. Regardless of whether it was 188, 8 billion evolution points, or 199, 9 billion evolution points. Just give him one of the 2, since he was not picky. If there was no other way, just give him a divine treasure chest. This thing's name was very awesome. Just as Wang Mang was fantasizing, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1. Chapter 310. The system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 11, 1 billion evolution points. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolution? No. Damn it. Can't you be more generous? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Although he had expected it, but he really got more than 10 billion evolution points. Wang Mang was still a little unhappy in his heart. After all, he was the one who got the prize this time. It could be said to be the second last. Damn it, it was a familiar routine and a familiar prize. It was always the same. It had never disappointed him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't know how to complain. Forget it. He had accumulated enough now. Let's evolve first. After muttering for a while, Wang Mang then said in his heart, "System, start evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. 15 billion evolution points have been successfully deducted. Beginning evolution. Warm reminder, after this evolution, there will be changes to the data. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of evolution. 2 hours later, Wang Mang woke up from the evolution once again. After waking up, Wang Mang immediately observed his body. First of all, Wang Mang was surprised to find that his body had indeed changed a lot. In the past, his body was as red as magma. Now, it had turned back to pitch black. It was worth mentioning that his 2 horns actually didn't disappear. Similarly, his other aspects had improved as well. Other than that, his body was much thicker than before. Obviously, the evolution this time had changed the width of his body. Of course, Wang Mang didn't know how big the change was. Therefore, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of him. Host Wang Mang. Type, 6-winged 3-headed python, adult. Cultivation, 7,300 years, Demon Emperor level. Body shape, 204 meters long, 7 meters wide, 5 million kilograms weight. Battle strength, 5 million kilograms bite force, 130 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water-breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul control seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven escape, wishful bone, thunder spell, 1 step. Space, information detection, free chance to upgrade God Art X1, cross-realm projection summoning card X1, skill fusion card X1, God Art Lucky Draw card X1. Shop, activated luck, 88 Dragon Among Snakes, evolution value, 11, 6 billion/16 billion. Current ranking, 66th in the world. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang was amazed. He didn't expect his width to increase by 0.7 meters this time. Other than that, his weight also increased by hundreds of thousands of kilograms. It could be said that the evolution change this time was much bigger than before. Of course, Wang Mang wasn't most curious about this. On the contrary, Wang Mang wanted to see his other 2 heads. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart. The next moment, Wang Mang felt 2 huge heads growing out from his body. At this moment, Wang Mang looked at himself and felt speechless, because after having 3 heads, Wang Mang could clearly see every part of his body. Moreover, these 2 heads didn't just grow 2 more heads at once. The 2 extra heads were like tree branches that extended from the upper half of the body. The 3 heads all had their own upper bodies, and their appearance looked very domineering. Because Wang Mang's 3 heads, only the head in the middle had 2 sharp horns. The other 2 heads didn't have the sharp horns from before. The other 2 heads were different from the original head in the middle. The 3 heads were like the word mountain. It gave people a sinister and terrifying feeling. At the same time, Wang Mang also made a surprising discovery. When the other 2 heads grew out, he could look in 3 different directions, and his field of vision was also much wider. In this state, Wang Mang really didn't know who could sneak attack him from behind. So cool. Damn it. I have 3 heads now. In the future, no one can sneak attack me. Only I can sneak attack others. Moreover, when I fight in the future, I have 2 more heads and my fighting power will increase by a lot. Wang Mang thought proudly in his heart. At the same time, Wang Mang muttered in his heart. His other 2 heads disappeared. It was as if he could control them with ease, and it was even more convenient. In addition, after feeling proud, Wang Mang felt a little lonely because his strength seemed to be at the top of the Red Empire again. Stone Emperor? That was nothing. He could easily kill him. Dog Emperor? Clown. Not worth mentioning. Who else? Who else could fight with him? There seemed to be no one in the Red Empire. Even the Monster Emperor that Wang Mang was familiar with couldn't fight with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more emotional. Invincible loneliness. At this moment, the tiger demon's voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Monster Emperor, the Red Empire's liaison requests an audience. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Let them in." The next moment, 2 fully armed members walked in solemnly and respectfully. After seeing the 2 liaisons, Wang Mang asked indifferently, "Speak. Why are you looking for Ben Huang?" Hearing this, the young liaison said respectfully, "Monster Emperor, the great elder of the military world, sent a message. It is estimated that within half a month, a meteorite will fall on Earth." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a meteorite? What's wrong with it?" Hearing Wang Mang's casual words, the young liaison said bitterly, "Monster Emperor, there's something you don't know. This is not an ordinary meteorite. This is the size of a meteorite, and its surface area is at least 300 kilometers. If it falls on Earth, the entire Earth will be completely destroyed. By then, Earth will have been destroyed by the meteorite before the disaster even arrives." Chapter 3:11. Hearing the system's voice again, Wang Mang felt a wave of exhaustion. If he had the strength, he would have accepted this mission long ago. But the problem was, he really didn't have the strength. He couldn't just bite the bullet and do it, right? That was simply forcing him to do something he couldn't do. But the people of Red Empire had already made such a request. Wang Mang really couldn't continue to stay silent, although Wang Mang was indeed quite shameless. However, after careful consideration at this moment, he thought for a while. Wang Mang also knew that it was useless even if he escaped from Earth, because even if he could escape from Earth, it would be difficult for his family to escape death even if they escaped from Earth with him. Because Wang Mang's parents and relatives couldn't possibly live in the universe or even high up in the sky. Wang Mang had indeed left the mortal world, but although his father had cultivated, he hadn't reached the point of leaving the mortal world. What was the point of leaving the mortal world? This was a division that Wang Mang came up with himself. Leaving the mortal world was an existence that wasn't far from being an immortal on land. For example, demon emperors could already survive in water, air, and even underground. They had completely gotten rid of most of the problems brought about by the environment. Such problems indeed didn't exist for demon emperors, but it still had a huge impact on ordinary demons, let alone ordinary people. It was precisely because of this consideration that Wang Mang completely gave up on the idea of freeloading, because even if he escaped, it wouldn't solve the problem. "Sigh, looks like I really can't escape. Forget it. I have to solve the problem eventually. Besides, even if the sky falls, there should be tall people to hold it up. It's not just my problem. If you have the ability, then let's all die together." Wang Mang muttered in his heart for a while and made a decision. He didn't believe that all the strong people on Earth couldn't solve this problem. After all, his strength was only around the 60th place in the entire world's strong people ranking. In other words, there were more than 60 tall people above him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang gritted his teeth and made a decision. F***CK, I'll do it. Then he silently said in his heart, "System, I choose mission 3. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission selected successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He didn't feel very happy. This was because he didn't know how to complete the mission. Of course, that was what he thought. However, Wang Mang wouldn't say it out loud, under the expectant gazes of the hundreds of people in front of him. Wang Mang sighed deeply. "How about this? Ben Huang will do his best. Go and spread the news. It's best if all the land demon emperors in the world know about this. After all, Ben Huang's strength is not enough. We need everyone's strength. Also, this news must reach the oceanic race. The oceanic race has more experts than the oceanic race. They are much stronger than those on land." After hearing Wang Mang's order, the white-haired old man, who was the leader, said to him with deep respect, "Don't worry, Lord Guardian Deity. We will definitely do this. We will also spread the news to all the empires in the world. Thank you, Lord Guardian Deity, for not giving up on us. I thank you on behalf of all the compatriots of the Red Empire. But Lord Guardian Deity, in order to prevent the world from panicking and becoming chaotic, we can't spread the news to the ordinary people. Only after the disaster is solved, we will definitely not let Lord Guardian Deity be unknown. At that time, the whole world will sing praises of Lord Guardian Deity and be deeply grateful to you." Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel speechless. The disaster hadn't been solved yet. There was no need to sing praises. For Wang Mang, solving the problem at hand was more important. Therefore, Wang Mang urged, "You guys go quickly. Tell Ben Huang's words and the seriousness of the matter to all the demon emperors. I believe that after you tell them about the matter, these demon emperors won't just stand by and do nothing. This is not a matter of one person, but everyone's matter." After hearing Wang Mang's order, these old men got up one after another and left under the protection of fully armed soldiers. After the officials of the Red Empire left, Wang Mang still couldn't find a clue to solve the problem. What should we do? Moreover, after this meteorite incident is solved, the disaster will probably come soon. If this matter is solved, it'll be easy. By then, with the huge amount of rewards this time, it'll be great. Ben Huang's strength will definitely reach the peak. Even if the disaster comes, Ben Huang will still be at the top of the pyramid. Forget it. Let's not think so much. Let's think of a way to solve this problem first. With this thought, Wang Mang decided to go to the sea first. He planned to deal with the experts of the demon race in the sea. After all, most of the experts on the global powerhouse ranking should be in the sea. With this thought, Wang Mang gave a few instructions to his subordinates and set off impatiently. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into a huge body, and 6 wings emerged from his body. These 6 huge black flesh wings were much larger than the previous 4 wings. As Wang Mang stretched out his flesh wings and soared into the sky, the surrounding area was like a Category 12 typhoon. Afterwards, Wang Mang was like a black streak of light, quickly disappearing into the horizon. An hour later, as far as the eye could see, above the boundless ocean, Wang Mang came to the sea area where the Sea Dragon King was. Then, after circling in the sky for a while, Wang Mang was just about to dive into the sea when he saw the figure of the super behemoth, the Sea Dragon King. Not only that, the Sea Dragon King obviously didn't recognize him and looked at him coldly. because the Sea Dragon King could sense it. The demon emperor aura emanating from Wang Mang was simply terrifying. Just in terms of cultivation, he was probably far above him. Because of this, the Sea Dragon King asked with hostility and vigilance, "Fellow Taoist, you're not from the sea race, are you? We have no grudges against each other. Why are you looking for me?" After hearing the Sea Dragon King's words, Wang Mang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the Sea Dragon King wouldn't recognize him after not seeing him for so long. However, after thinking about it seriously, Wang Mang felt relieved. Every time he evolved to a certain length, he would change his template. Every time he changed his template, his appearance would change drastically. Therefore, it was understandable that the Sea Dragon King didn't recognize him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Brother Sea Dragon King, don't you remember me? I'm Brother Giant Python. Some time ago, I was chased into the sea and asked for help." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Sea Dragon King was stunned. After sizing up Wang Mang for a moment, he sneered. "I do know a land great demon king, Brother Giant Python, but it's not a demon emperor. A few months ago, it only had the strength of a great demon king. Do you really think I'm a fool? You still want to pretend to be my Brother Giant Python? It seems that you have an unspeakable conspiracy." Chapter 3:12. After hearing the Sea Dragon King's words, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded, because he never expected that the Sea Dragon King would not believe him. However, when he thought about how his strength had soared in just a few months, it was like a rocket. Wang Mang could also understand why the Sea Dragon King thought that he was an imposter. After all, it had only been a few months. He had already surpassed the Great Monster King level and reached the Monster Emperor level, and a Monster Emperor with more than 7,000 years of cultivation. Who would believe him if he told others? To be honest, if another monster told him, Wang Mang probably wouldn't believe it either, because the leap in strength was too huge. Even if he ate heavenly materials and earthly treasures every day, his speed of improvement couldn't catch up to Wang Mang's. This was doubtful. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt helpless. Seeing the Sea Dragon King's vigilant look, Wang Mang could only patiently tell him what had happened back then. 10 minutes later, after listening to Wang Mang's explanation, the Sea Dragon King finally chose to believe Wang Mang. However, the Sea Dragon King still found it unbelievable. That was because the speed at which Wang Mang's strength rose was simply too fast. He still remembered the first time they met. Wang Mang's strength was very small. In front of him, he was like an ant. However, it had only been a few months since they last met, and Wang Mang's strength had actually soared to such an extent. He had surpassed the Great Monster King level, the Monster Emperor level, and reached the Monster Emperor level of 7,000 years. Isn't this too fantastical? At the same time, the Sea Dragon King was also very envious of Wang Mang, because anyone who knew about Wang Mang's speed of improvement would be envious. Moreover, the Sea Dragon King also wanted to know how Wang Mang had improved to such a level. However, the Sea Dragon King knew the ways of the world very well and didn't ask too much. Some things were best left unasked. After all, which Monster Emperor didn't have some secrets? Therefore, after confirming Wang Mang's identity, the Sea Dragon King was unusually enthusiastic about Wang Mang. This kind of enthusiasm was incomparable to the past. The former Dining Dragon King's enthusiasm towards Wang Mang was only so-so. Compared to the current level of enthusiasm, it was completely different. Of course, this was because Wang Mang's strength had increased. This was because Wang Mang's cultivation had already surpassed his. Most importantly, she had a close relationship with him. After all, he had helped Wang Mang before. The two of them did indeed have a deep foundation of friendship. Now that they were conversing, It was as if they were of the same generation. This was because Wang Mang was indeed much stronger than the Sea Dragon King. However, Wang Mang could not put on airs in front of the Sea Dragon King. He was here to ask for a favor. At this moment, the Sea Dragon King couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Giant Python, I'm really envious of your strength. How long has it been? You've already reached such a level. Brother, with your aptitude, you would be a peerless genius even in the demon clan." The Sea Dragon King's inadvertent flattery. Wang Mang's heart was still abnormally comfortable. However, Wang Mang's pretentiousness depended on the person. Therefore, he smiled modestly, which was rare for him. "Brother, you must be joking. I just had a little opportunity. By the way, brother, I'm here to discuss something important." Hearing this, the Sea Dragon King asked in surprise, "With your strength, what can be difficult for you? If brother can help, I will definitely do my best." Wang Mang didn't waste any time and directly told him about the matter. After hearing this, the Sea Dragon King, who was originally relaxed, became solemn. "Brother Giant Python, I can't make the decision on this matter, but I won't refuse. I'll go and tell our clan leader about this now. If it's possible, Brother Giant Python, come with me." In the face of the Sea Dragon King's invitation, Wang Mang had come for this matter. So he naturally nodded and agreed. Then, under the Sea Dragon King's lead, Wang Mang followed him to an extremely deep sea. After diving into the depths of the sea, Wang Mang discovered that there were a lot of sea dragons here. Obviously, these overlords of the sea lived together in groups of the same race. These sea dragons varied in strength, but Wang Mang couldn't be more shocked. This was because among the sea dragons he had seen so far, he had already met 5 or 6 emperor-level ones. As he continued to dive into the water, he reached about 12,000 meters below the surface of this unfamiliar sea. Wang Mang saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The Sea Dragon Kings here were all emperor level. They had even reached the level of a 7,000-year demon emperor. If he counted seriously, Wang Mang had already seen more than 10 sea dragon demon emperors. This also made Wang Mang click his tongue. Was this the overlord family of the sea? F***CK. The number of demon emperors was simply overwhelming. Wang Mang even suspected that. This was the number of demon emperors that the Sea Dragon royal family had. There were probably 20 or 30 of them, right? At this moment, Wang Mang and the Sea Dragon King drilled into a huge crack in the ground of the sea. After entering this huge crack in the ground, Wang Mang discovered that there was a different world inside. It was like a nest in an underground palace. There was no darkness at the bottom of the sea here. The vast environment was like a small world. However, as soon as Wang Mang entered, a terrifying behemoth appeared in the palace in the distance. When he saw this behemoth, Wang Mang couldn't help but gasp. F***CK. This body was at least 500 meters long. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. Such a huge body made Wang Mang's scalp tingle. Wang Mang was like a sugar cane in front of him. Most importantly, his aura was too tyrannical. It could be said that even the Nanhua Old Immortal that Wang Mang encountered wasn't as terrifying as him. The only one who could suppress it in terms of aura was the Lord of Sacrifice that it had encountered on the isolated island. At this moment, the Sea Dragon King in front of Wang Mang said respectfully, "Father, I have something important to report." Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that the Sea Dragon King was the son of this super huge sea dragon. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, the Sea Dragon King had a very high status in the clan. Then, this terrifying big guy in front of him. It was very likely that he was the so-called Sea Dragon Patriarch. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the Sea Dragon King was actually a second-generation demon. His old colleague, Wang Mang, also quietly used information detection. In the next moment, the information of this super behemoth appeared before his eyes. Target: Sea Dragon Emperor. Cultivation experience: 8,900 years. Level: peak of the Demon Emperor realm. Body shape: 513 meters long, 130 meters wide, 280,000 tons in weight. Superpower. Achievement: 21st on the Global Powerhouse ranking. Luck: 300. Heaven and Earth bless. Chapter 3:13. After reading the information of the Sea Dragon Old Man Wang Mang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. F***CK. He had only seen heavenly treasures with 8,900 years of cultivation. But this was the first time he had seen a demon emperor with 8,900 years of cultivation. No wonder just his aura made Wang Mang feel so terrified, because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Wang Mang's cultivation was only 7,300 years. The strength of the Sea Dragon King's clan head was several levels higher than Wang Mang's. At the same time, the Sea Dragon Emperor nodded slightly after hearing his son's words. However, he turned his gaze to Wang Mang and softly smiled. "There's no rush. My son, aren't you going to introduce this friend to Father?" Hearing this, the Sea Dragon King introduced with a smile. "Father, this is a good brother I made not long ago." "Father, don't underestimate this brother of mine. His talent is definitely at the level of a peerless genius among the demon clan." Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately shouted respectfully, "Junior greets Senior Sea Dragon Emperor." The Sea Dragon Emperor nodded in satisfaction and said slowly, "Not bad, not bad. Among the young demon clans that Ben Huang knows, in my impression, you are ranked in the top 5. Hearing this, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. F***CK. He was only ranked in the top 5 among the young demon clans. Then, what level had the strength of the other young demon clans reached? Just thinking about it, Wang Mang was shocked. Oh my! Were all the new generation of demon clans so powerful? Although Wang Mang was a little suspicious after thinking about it, he felt that the Sea Dragon Emperor had no reason to lie to him. Therefore, although Wang Mang was a little suspicious, he didn't ask, because he had other things to do this time. At this moment, the Sea Dragon King spoke again. "Father, this matter is extremely important and cannot be delayed." Hearing this, the Sea Dragon Emperor looked at his son in surprise and nodded. "Tell me about it." He knew that since his son had said so, it meant that the situation was serious. As the Blue Dragon Emperor spoke, the Sea Dragon King told him everything. After hearing this, the Blue Dragon Emperor, who originally didn't care, gradually became serious. He did not expect that a meteorite would fall to Earth. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. This was not a small matter. If this matter was not resolved, all the creatures on Earth would not be able to escape disaster. It was the same even for the sea dragons. If the meteorite that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs had landed on Earth, they wouldn't be worried. After all, they lived in the deep sea. If a 10-kilometer-long meteorite hit Earth, it would be enough to end the dinosaur era. However, the impact on them would also be great, but it would not be to the extent of extinction. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. "I will immediately discuss this matter with the other hegemonic clans of the ocean. However, Ben Huang can't make the decision now. However, Ben Huang already knows the purpose of your visit. We, the overlords of the ocean, will not sit by and watch Earth be destroyed." After saying that, the Azure Dragon Emperor said in a low voice, "But don't get your hopes up. This problem is very serious. We, the Sea Clan, will also do our best." All right, then Huang has to spread the news now. After saying that, Wang Mang saw the Blue Dragon Emperor leave. Seeing this scene, the Blue Dragon King was helpless. He looked at Wang Mang and comforted him. Brother Python, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Anyway, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. For something like this, we can only do our best. Hearing this, Wang Mang was also very helpless. He nodded slightly in his heart. The Sea Dragon King's thoughts were similar to his. If the powerhouses of the Sea Clan couldn't do anything, then Earth would probably be hopeless. At that time, Wang Mang would really be at his wit's end. Forget it. If it really didn't work, he would probably have to use the Summon Powerhouse card. As for whether he could summon a powerhouse, Wang Mang didn't doubt it at all. However, whether the Summon Powerhouse was good or bad was unknown. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Wang Mang really didn't consider using this summon card. But if Earth was really going to be destroyed, he would probably use it and give it a try. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was also ready to leave. He said to the Sea Dragon King, "Brother, I'll go think of a way too. I'll go back first." Hearing this, the Sea Dragon King said gloomily, "Okay. Originally, I was living a good life, but now that you've messed with me, I'm panicking. If Earth is really destroyed, it means that this is our fate." Seeing the Sea Dragon King's depressed look, Wang Mang couldn't help but be speechless. This guy was really calm. If he didn't tell him this news, he reckoned that by the time Earth was destroyed, this guy would be completely flustered, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Sea Dragon King, if Earth is really destroyed, what will you do?" Hearing this, the Sea Dragon King said helplessly, "What else can I do? Wait for death, of course. If Earth is destroyed, even we won't be able to escape. Because once Earth is destroyed, even if we escape to the universe, if we can't find other worlds, we will eventually die in the vast universe. Don't even think about flying through the void of the universe, because the universe is too big. Without a land immortal, you will die in the vast universe. Even if it's a land immortal, most of them will die when they enter the universe. My father told me this news. The vast universe is too big. It's simply boundless. If we can't find a new place to live, we will definitely die. If Earth is really destroyed, I guess we can only hide on the surrounding planets and live. However, the surrounding planets might not have true chi. They are even less suitable for cultivation than Earth." After hearing the Sea Dragon King's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in shock, "Brother Sea Dragon King, did you think of evacuating Earth a long time ago?" Hearing this, the Sea Dragon King nodded and said, "That's right. We thought of evacuating Earth a long time ago. As early as 2 million years ago, our ancestors thought of evacuating Earth. But our ancestors didn't find any suitable worlds for survival. At that time, our Sea Dragon clan already had a land immortal powerhouse. That is the legendary stage 3 powerhouse. Our Sea Dragon clan's ancestors left behind records of inheritance. Since the birth of our Sea Dragon clan, Earth was at its peak. The strongest could even reach the peak of stage 4. Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in shock, "Brother Sea Dragon King, what level is this so-called peak of stage for powerhouse? Could it be above a land immortal?" The Sea Dragon King was stunned. He looked at Wang Mang and said in surprise, "Brother Python, you don't know? Let me tell you this. Our Sea Dragon clan also has a few traces of the dragon bloodline. During the era of the extinct dinosaurs, they also had a few traces of the dragon bloodline. It's just that after years of reproduction and inheritance, the bloodline has become thinner and thinner." Chapter 3:16. After hearing what the Sea Dragon King said, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother, is what you said true?" your sea dragon race, including the dinosaurs of the dinosaur era, all have the bloodline of the dragon race?" The Sea Dragon King nodded and said, "That's right. But what our ancestors left behind is not perfect. Therefore, the sea dragon race has very few records and inheritances." And at this point, the Sea Dragon King couldn't help but mutter to himself in confusion, "Also, my father has always suspected when the world of Earth was born. I always feel that the timeline of Earth is very messy. No one knows the origin of Earth, and no one knows how long Earth has existed. My father even told me that he has always guessed that there was once a powerhouse who changed the timeline of Earth and the direction of its development." Hearing this, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. F***CK. They could even change the timeline? They could go back to the past and change history? Oh my God! What level did such a powerhouse have to reach? Just thinking about it made Wang Mang feel incredulous. He really didn't dare to imagine what level of powerhouse one had to reach to be able to go back to the past and change history, because this was too heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Wang Mang hurriedly asked in his heart, "System, is there really such a powerhouse? Can they travel through time and change time?" At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-face, yes. A warm reminder to the host. When a powerhouse reaches a certain level of strength, there is nothing they can't do. After hearing the system's confirmation, Wang Mang was secretly shocked. At the same time, Wang Mang also knew. At present, he estimated that he could only be arrogant on Earth. In other words, it was commonly known among the people as bully at home. However, Wang Mang was even more confused. He wasn't curious about history or the origin of Earth. These questions were too far away from him. It wasn't something he should care about at all. What he wanted to know was, what the hell was this so-called Level 3 powerhouse? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart again. A few minutes later, Wang Mang finally got the answer he wanted. It turned out that there were too many cultivation systems and realms in the cultivation world. Therefore, the so-called levels were actually a general name. At the same time, it was also a general term like the system that differentiated strength. Level 1 refers to ordinary living beings. Level 2 refers to those who have transcended the limits of nature and become extraordinary beings. Wang Mang was also in this realm. Third stage refers to the corresponding realm, which is the Earth Immortal realm. Stage 4 refers to the level above Earth Immortal. Level 5 refers to the standard level, already able to create a world. As for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th steps, they were all extremely powerful. Wang Mang had no idea, according to the explanation given by the system. There were a total of 9 levels of power in the myriad worlds. As for how terrifying a 9th stage powerhouse was, Wang Mang had no idea. However, Wang Mang knew that in order to reach stage 3, the threshold was to become an Earth Immortal. At this moment, the Sea Dragon King saw that Wang Mang was deep in thought and immediately smiled. "All right, Brother Python, don't worry about it. We don't have to worry. The ones who should be worried are those who are infinitely close to the Earth Immortal level. Once something happens to Earth, they will have to leave their homes and wander in the vast universe. At that time, they will definitely die. Moreover, the spiritual energy and true chi on Earth are showing signs of recovery. They are still waiting for the disaster to arrive and seize the opportunity to break through to the Earth Immortal level. So, they are the ones who should be worried. We are not in a hurry." Hearing the Sea Dragon King's heartless words, Wang Mang finally understood. Why did this guy look so heartless? At the same time, he also learned a secret. It turned out that these powerhouses who were close to the Earth Immortal level They were still hoping for a disaster to befall Earth so that the Earth immortal level powerhouses could appear again. However, they were hoping for a disaster to befall Earth, not for it to be completely destroyed. If Earth was destroyed, the impact on them would be even greater. Thinking of this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Wang Mang also found a solution that was not a solution. That was, he thought of a way to spread the news and tell these powerhouses. Then, he would let these powerhouses think of a solution. After all, they were the tallest people on Earth. If the sky collapsed, wouldn't they have to hold it up first? Thinking of this, Wang Mang chatted with the Sea Dragon King for a while. Only then did Wang Mang leave the ocean. 2 hours later, Wang Mang had already returned to the nest. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that, as soon as he returned to the nest, his father had been waiting for a long time. "Son, what's the matter?" Wang Fu looked at Wang Mang, who had entered the cave, with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Wang Mang told his father about the matter. After hearing this, his father was dumbfounded and couldn't help but break down. F***CK. Damn it, what's going on? Your father's storage warehouse is ready. The armed team is also organized. The food is also ready. The firearms are also available. Your old man, have all the money, manpower, and food you want. I've been fully prepared for a long time. I'm just waiting for the disaster to come. In the end, son, now you're telling me that a meteorite is going to hit Earth? And it's a meteorite that's more than 300 kilometers in size. Hearing his father's incredulous tone, Wang Mang suddenly felt very helpless and could only explain. "Father, you don't have to worry about this. Don't forget, this isn't just a matter of one person. There's also the vast number of demons and all the creatures on Earth." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Old Man Wang, who was originally pale and desperate and was about to break down, slowly regained his senses. Only then did Father Wang regain his senses and nod his head repeatedly. Right. Anyway, even if the sky collapses, there are tall people to hold it up. Son, don't go and join in the fun. Such a big meteorite. It's not something we can deal with at all. Hearing this, Wang Mang naturally knew what his father meant. To put it bluntly, his father was worried about his safety and wanted him to ignore it. According to his father's intention, he wanted others to worry about this matter. But Wang Fu didn't know that Wang Mang really did have to worry about it. Therefore, after chatting with his father for a while and comforting him, after his father left, Wang Mang immediately left the nest without stopping to rest. He still had to fight for more effort to solve the meteorite incident. 2 hours later, Wang Mang came to the mountain range near the gate of the netherworld. He looked at a cave that he had blocked tightly. Wang Mang couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that he would come back after blocking the cave not long ago. Thinking of this, Wang Mang unblocked the cave and walked into the depths of the cave. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang came to the depths of the cave. Looking at the familiar gate of the netherworld in front of him, Wang Mang immediately began to shout enthusiastically. "Fellow Taoists inside, are you there? Fellow Taoists? It's me. I'm back. Fellow Taoists, why don't you reply? 10 half-immortal heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I swear I'll let you out immediately." Chapter 317. Wang Mang called out a few times. He was suddenly puzzled. What was going on? Why wasn't anyone speaking this time? Could it be that these guys from the netherworld were all sleeping? But did demons and ghosts need to sleep too? Why didn't he know? Helpless, Wang Mang could only continue shouting, "Fellow Taoists, it's me, the demon emperor who negotiated with you last time. I'm already back. I went back last time and thought about it for a long time. I've already made up my mind. fellow Taoists, let's talk again. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Fellow Taoist, why did you suddenly change your mind? If I remember correctly, fellow Taoist, you left very decisively last time. You even blocked the cave when you went out. Hearing this cold voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He thought that these guys were sleeping or didn't want to come out. Now it seemed that there was still room for discussion. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately smiled warmly. Fellow Taoist, you're too anxious. Last time, I only went back to consider it. After thinking for a long time, Ben Huang has decided that as long as fellow Taoist agrees to give me the reward, Ben Huang will definitely let you out. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Not long ago, a fellow Taoist calculated that it's not suitable for you to go out in the next 2 months. So, fellow Taoist, you should leave. We're not in a hurry. We'll come out in 2 months. When he heard this, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, there's definitely an Earth immortal level expert in the netherworld. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to calculate that a disaster would befall them soon. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt extremely regretful. If he had known that he would have to open the netherworld gates sooner or later, he should have accepted the mission and opened the netherworld gate back then. But now there was no mission for him to open the gate. But he had to open the gate. Sigh, a miscalculation. A miscalculation. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart ached. However, Wang Mang still gritted his teeth and said, Fellow Taoist, it's fine if you want less. How about this? 8 half-immortal grade heavenly treasures will be enough. However, after Wang Mang finished speaking, Li Changshuo's expression changed. The voice from the netherworld gate disappeared. It was as if there was no one there. There was no response for a long time. This caused Wang Mang to panic. Could it be that these fellows didn't want to come out now? Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt like crying. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but continue persuading him. Fellow Taoist, if you still think it's worth less, it's fine too. If there's no other way, how about 5 quasi-immortal grade natural treasures? Fellow Taoist, why don't you reply? If you think it's too much, 3 quasi-immortal treasures are fine as well. Unfortunately, no matter how much Wang Mang talked about it, it was a pity. However, there was no response from the netherworld gate. After a long while, a cold voice came from the netherworld gate. Fellow Taoist, you should go back. We don't want to go out now. Hearing this, Wang Mang was instantly enraged. F***CK. These fellows simply didn't give him any face at all. Now, he took the initiative to open the door. Not only did these bastards not give him any benefits, now, they didn't want to come out. They didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth. At the same time, it was also the first time he used his new supernatural power, destructive laser beam. Wang Mang opened his ferocious mouth and shot out a golden laser of destruction. Rumble! An earth-shattering loud noise was heard. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Mang was shocked to find out. His attack actually blasted open the entire netherworld gate. Behind the collapsed and shattered netherworld gate, it was a pitch-black bottomless pit with no light. Moreover, turbid black gas was gushing out from it. In the next moment, Wang Mang only felt a gust of cold wind blowing past. Then, a cloud of black gas gushed out. He saw that the black gas gathered into a human figure. Looking at the black-robed old man in front of him, Wang Mang was stunned, because he could feel it. The aura of this black-robed old man was too powerful. It gave him a strong sense of threat. It was even stronger than the Azure Dragon Emperor. In the next moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but use information detection. Then, the black-robed old man's information appeared. Target, Taoist Black Dragon. Cultivation experience, 8,990 years. Level, pseudo-immortal. State, soul state. Supernatural power. Achievement, due to the host opening the netherworld gate, the global ranking of powerhouses has changed. It is being recalculated and cannot be viewed for the time being. After reading the black-robed old man's information, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was too terrifying. 8,990 years of cultivation experience. He was just short of the last 10 years of cultivation experience. He would be able to become an existence at the level of a land immortal. Oh my God! Were the demons and ghosts of the nether hell this strong? To be honest, it wasn't that Wang Mang hadn't encountered ghosts before. He remembered that he had encountered them several times. He had encountered female ghosts and water ghosts, but Wang Mang had definitely never encountered such a terrifying one. At the same time, Wang Mang was also secretly vigilant to the extreme. If this old man wanted to harm him, Wang Mang would definitely use his supernatural power to escape immediately. At this moment, Taoist Black Dragon was also sizing up Wang Mang. After a long while, Taoist Black Dragon said with a cold expression, "It seems that you don't put me in your eyes. Back then, when I asked you to open this stone door, you refused no matter what. Now that I don't want you to open this stone door, you just have to open it. Are you looking down on me, or do you not put me in your eyes?" Taoist Black Dragon's cold gaze. Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb. Wang Mang hurriedly explained in a terrified tone, "Great Immortal, you've wronged me. I admire you so much that I can't wait to prostrate myself in front of you. How would I dare to look down on you, Great Immortal? Great Immortal, you really don't know something. Now, the Earth is facing a huge catastrophe. Only a powerhouse like you can save the world." Then Wang Mang hurriedly explained this matter to Taoist Black Dragon. After hearing this, Taoist Black Dragon, who was originally a little angry, fell into deep thought. Similarly, facing Taoist Black Dragon, who was in deep thought, Wang Mang didn't dare to say anything, but he maintained the highest vigilance in his heart. If there was the slightest bit of abnormality, he would choose to escape immediately. After all, Wang Mang was still very confident in his speed. Suddenly, Taoist Black Dragon looked at Wang Mang with a cold gaze and said in a cold tone, "So, you want us to come out and solve this huge problem? If there was no such thing, you wouldn't have come to release us, right?" Chapter 3:18. Hearing Taoist Black Dragon's cold voice and gloomy gaze, Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but tremble, because the aura of a powerhouse like Taoist Black Dragon was too oppressive. Moreover, Wang Mang even felt embarrassed that he was exposed on the spot. Of course, on the surface, Wang Mang wouldn't admit it. At the same time, Wang Mang was also afraid that Taoist Black Dragon would suddenly attack. He had already become vigilant secretly, but on the surface he said in fear, "Great Immortal, I had no other choice." Now the entire Earth can only rely on the Great Immortal's magical powers to get through this crisis. Moreover, I believe that such a small matter would be easy for the Great Immortal. After hearing Wang Mang's flattery, Taoist Black Dragon's expression eased a lot. After all, flattery would always work. Of course. In fact, when Wang Mang said this matter, Taoist Black Dragon knew that this matter couldn't be avoided. In short, there was no use in avoiding it. Otherwise, once the Earth was finished, they would be forced to leave the Earth. But the problem was that compared to the creatures on Earth, basically, the powerhouses of the netherworld knew only the true powerhouses could leave the Earth safely. Otherwise, they would die in the vast universe sooner or later, because compared to the powerhouses on the land and in the sea on earth, the netherworld was actually the closest existence to the immortals. Don't forget that the netherworld was once established by the immortals. Was there anyone on earth who was closer to the immortals than them? None at all. Just when Taoist Black Dragon was about to speak, suddenly, a large amount of black fog gushed out from the dark and endless cave behind the collapsed netherworld gate. Then, Wang Mang saw several tens of clumps of black mist slowly converging into silhouettes. After a short while, more than 10 human figures appeared. But these figures were both strong and weak, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. The reason for that was because just their terrifying auras were enough to make Wang Mang tremble. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Damn, how many powerhouses were there? To be honest, Wang Mang guessed that there were many powerhouses in the netherworld. However, Wang Mang never expected that there would be so many powerhouses. Wang Mang even suspected that there were many powerhouses who hadn't come out. After thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart trembled even more. At the same time, Wang Mang's gaze stealthily looked towards the person with the most powerful aura. This was a middle-aged man who looked mighty and domineering. He had a head of black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, and he wore a black robe with a golden dragon. His eyes were as deep as the stars, and his gaze was exceptionally sharp. This middle-aged man's aura was much more powerful than Taoist black dragons in front of Wang. Taoist black dragons, aura god black dragons, Taoist black dragons couldn't. However, the middle-aged man before him gave Wang Mang the feeling of complete destruction. If he really had to make a comparison, Wang Mang felt that the middle-aged man in the dragon robe was much stronger than Taoist black dragon. But at this moment, the middle-aged man in the dragon robe looked at Wang Mang in surprise. He asked in an uncertain tone, "Wang Mang?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was even more shocked. Damn, does this man in the dragon robe know me? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was puzzled. He asked cautiously, "Great Immortal, who is Wang Mang? Do you have a grudge against him? If you do, just tell me, Great Immortal, and I'll definitely kill him for you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the dragon robe looked at Wang Mang for a long time and suddenly laughed. "You're definitely Wang Mang. That's right. Back in the underworld, that bastard Lu Bang wanted to kill you. If it wasn't for Ben Huang, you wouldn't even be a ghost." At this moment, Taoist Black Dragon no longer dared to utter a word after the middle-aged man spoke. Similarly, the other existences from the nether hell fell silent. This scene also surprised Wang Mang. This guy's status was very high, wasn't it? It was very likely that he was also a big shot in the netherworld. Moreover, hearing the words of this middle-aged man in dragon robes, he clearly didn't have any enmity towards him. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang calmly admitted, "I am indeed Wang Mang. Great Immortal, do you know me?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the dragon robe nodded slightly and smiled. "Let's call him Ben Huang Ingzheng." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He found it unbelievable. F***CK. Could this middle-aged man in dragon robes be the legendary emperor Ingzheng? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more shocked. Even his worldview was turned upside down. Mother ****. What the hell are these experts in the netherworld? Could it be that all the dead existences had entered the nether hell? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more shocked. Of course, seeing that Ingzheng had a good impression of him, Wang Mang immediately smiled and said flatteringly, "So it's Lord Ancestral Dragon. Lord Ancestral Dragon, actually, I admire you the most in my heart." After hearing Wang Mang's flattery, Ingzheng couldn't help but laugh. Back then, I told you not to reincarnate, but you insisted on not listening. Now that you have the identity of a demon, you have to start all over again." Hearing this, Wang Mang was basically certain now. He definitely knew Ying Zheng, and it was in the nether hell. However, Wang Mang no longer had the memories of the past. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang immediately took the opportunity to explain everything that had happened. After all the experts of the nether hell heard this, they frowned and fell into deep thought. Even Ying Zheng, who was the leader, was the same. Even if he was the Emperor Qin Shi Huang. After a long time, Ying Zheng nodded slowly and said, "Wang Mang, I will communicate with the existence of the nether hell about this. Also, Brother Wang Mang, you'd better be careful of the people of Liu Bang's Hanshi clan in the nether hell. They truly wish that they could hack you into 1,000 pieces." Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart trembled, and he felt helpless. He guessed that it was very likely to be related to his previous life. If he knew this, he wouldn't have admitted this identity. This was because this identity brought him both advantages and disadvantages. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little puzzled. "Brother Ying Zheng, is it really related to my previous life? Just because I once wanted to conquer their Han dynasty." At this time, Ying Zheng revealed a playful look. Guess. Chapter 319. Hearing Ying Zheng's playful question, Wang Mang didn't even have time to speak. The experts of the nether hell, who were present, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because Wang Mang had been reincarnated, he had basically forgotten all the memories of his previous life. However, all the experts from the nether hell knew the general reason. In fact, that was indeed the case. Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty was known to everyone who knew a little about history. It could be said that if Wang Mang hadn't gone to conquer the Han dynasty would probably have lasted longer. As long as the Han dynasty lasted longer, Liu Bang's strength would be stronger, because Liu Bang was the founding emperor of the Han dynasty. However, Liu Bang's luck and merit couldn't compare to Ying Zheng's. Therefore, in the netherworld, he was suppressed by Ying Zheng, although the great Qin Empire had fallen for 2 generations. But he was the first emperor to unify the world. The luck and merit that he had obtained, it could be said that he was the first person to eat crabs. Therefore, the luck and merit that Ying Zheng had was too huge. Even though the Han dynasty had been at its peak for so long, it was still suppressed by Ying Zheng. Of course, the forces of the netherworld were too complicated. Even Ying Zheng was only an expert of a region. He was an existence that truly stood at the top of the pyramid in the netherworld. They were all the few Earth immortal level experts in the netherworld. The second tier was Ying Zheng, who was about to reach the Earth immortal level. Of course, Wang Mang had more or less guessed this news. However, Wang Mang didn't have the time to think about this. What he was having a headache now was that he had offended the experts of the netherworld for no reason. Oh my God! He hadn't even gone to the netherworld yet. In the end, he already had an enemy. Was this the legendary VIP treatment? After all, he had never seen anyone else receive such treatment. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, Ying Zheng smiled and comforted him. "Brother Wang Mang, don't worry. I'll take care of you." "That's right, brother. We need to go back and discuss with the experts of the nether underworld about how to resolve this meteorite incident. If Brother Wang Mang also wants to go to the underworld, can you come with me?" Hearing that, Wang Mang quickly shook his head and refused. "Brother Ying Zheng, you guys go ahead with your work." "Brother, you still have to assist the people of the Red Empire in dealing with this matter." Upon hearing that, Ying Zheng nodded slightly, turned around, and smiled at the experts of the nether underworld. "When the time comes, everyone must give face to Ben Huang. Don't make things difficult for Ben Huang. All the Netherworld experts present, including Taoist Black Dragon, smiled and nodded when they heard this. Seeing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it's good to have more friends. Wang Mang didn't feel too bad about revealing his identity this time. Without Ying Zheng's greeting, let alone the Netherworld experts present, Taoist Black Dragon, who was slightly dissatisfied with Wang Mang previously, wouldn't give Wang Mang too much face. But now he wouldn't, at least for the sake of Ying Zheng. Wang Mang wasn't worried about instigating a grudge with Taoist Black Dragon. Brother, Ben Huang will go back first. This matter is very serious and can't be delayed. After that, Ying Zheng nodded slightly, turned into a cloud of black gas, and went back into the bottomless pit of the nether underworld. Seeing this, Wang Mang also smiled fawningly at the experts. Great immortals, I'll also go back to work. Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief when the group of Netherworld experts nodded, and then he left the cave. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Wang Mang also did his best. He gathered all his strength. Yes, Wang Mang told the news to the demon race, the Sea Clan, and even the Nether Underworld. It could be said that Wang Mang gathered all the experts he had come into contact with. At this moment, on a large pier by the sea, a large number of demon race experts gathered here. It was a black mass, and it seemed that there were many of them. At a glance, they were all Demon Emperor level experts. Among these experts, there were Demon Race, Sea Clan, and Nether Underworld experts. Other than that, there were human experts. Human experts were pitifully weak. Why did Wang Mang say that? Because the human experts were really too weak. At a glance, there were no experts who had reached the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm was an existence at the Demon Emperor level. Another thing worth mentioning was all the Demon Emperor experts present. There were only 2 groups of people who were the most powerful. The first was naturally the experts of the Nether Underworld. Even if Wang Mang was here, he wouldn't be ranked at all, because there were experts at the land immortal level here. There were a total of 6 of them. These 6 were all experts from the Nether Underworld. It could be said that the Nether Underworld was the strongest at the moment. They were even stronger than the demon race. These 6 land immortal level experts, they were the Ghost God from the Underworld, Horseface God, the Ghost God from the Underworld, Oxhead God, the Ghost God from the Underworld, Judge God, the Ghost God from the Underworld, Black and White Impermanence, the Lord of the 18 levels of Hell from the Underworld. Of course, these 6 land immortals from the Underworld, actually they weren't the real Oxhead, Horseface, Black, and White Impermanence. It could be said that they were all ghost gods who had obtained the Netherworld token. From this, it could be seen how important the so-called Netherworld token, Immortal token, and God token were. This was like a radish and a pit. After obtaining this identity token, then they would be able to become the legitimate ghosts and gods of the underworld on Earth. Other than that, there were many experts that Wang Mang had never seen before. This was because there were hundreds of Demon Emperor level experts present. Wang Mang even guessed that this was definitely the strongest force on Earth. 6 land, immortal level experts. All of them came from the Nether Underworld. It could be said that Wang Mang didn't even have a say here. Not to mention these people from the Red Empire. If it weren't for Wang Mang, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand here. At this moment, an land immortal level existence with a monster-like body slowly said, "Let's wait here." This monster who spoke had a human-like body and was covered in black lines. Other than that, he had 3 faces and 6 eyes on his head, 6 arms on his body, and a tail behind him. He looked like a demon from hell. Similarly, he was also the most powerful existence in the underworld, known as the Lord of the 18 levels of hell. However, how strong had he become? Wang Mang didn't know. This was because his information detection seemed to be unable to be used these few days. He didn't know if he could use it now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang quietly used information detection again. But what surprised Wang Mang was that this time, information detection could be used. But after reading the information of the Lord of the Underworld, Wang Mang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Target: Lord of the 18 levels of hell. Cultivation experience: 9,800 years. Level: 3rd stage expert, immortal realm. Supernatural power? Achievement: 3rd place on the global list of experts. Note: the global list of experts has been refreshed. Luck value: 388. Threat level: those below the immortal god are all ants. Chapter 3, 20. After reading the Lord of Hell's information, Wang Mang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that this expert from the netherworld, he was actually so powerful. His cultivation was almost at the level of 10,000 years. Such strength was simply unimaginable. It would definitely be easy for him to kill him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but sink. If it weren't for the meteorite incident, Wang Mang wouldn't have opened the netherworld's gate no matter what. Of course, he had to solve the meteorite incident first. However, Wang Mang also knew. He was afraid that his ranking in the world's powerhouse rankings had definitely dropped. This was because Wang Mang believed that the powerhouses of the netherworld might be stronger than the demon clan. At least in front of the top powerhouses, even the demon clan was nothing in front of the powerhouses of the netherworld. Similarly, Wang Mang didn't use information detection against the other Earth immortal level powerhouses. This was because when he used information detection earlier, the Lord of the Netherworld glanced at him. A casual glance immediately let Wang Mang know. His information detection earlier had been discovered by the Lord of Hell. Because of this, Wang Mang didn't dare to use information detection on the Earth immortal level powerhouses. At this moment, another Earth immortal spoke. "It's not enough. Wait a little longer. There are still powerhouses who haven't arrived." Wang Mang was instantly extremely shocked in his heart when he heard this. If this Earth immortal said that the powerhouses hadn't arrived, then they must be powerhouses of the same level. But the problem was that other than the netherworld, there were also Earth immortal level powerhouses. In fact, Wang Mang guessed that there should only be 6 Earth immortals in the world. But now, it seemed that there were more than 6 Earth immortals. Although he was puzzled, Wang Mang didn't ask, because among the powerhouses present, Wang Mang's strength really had to stand aside. Only existences whose strength was infinitely close to the Earth immortal level were qualified to speak. This wasn't a rule. It was mainly because Wang Mang himself had discovered this problem. For example, the Dog Emperor hadn't uttered a single word from the beginning to the end, and so had the Stone Emperor. There was even a Rat Emperor that Wang Mang had never seen before, but whose cultivation had reached 8,000 years. He did not say anything either. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, another Earth immortal expert appeared. Wang Mang had never seen this Earth immortal before. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, but his aura was no weaker than the other Earth immortals. Moreover, the old man's aura was completely different from the aura of the experts from the nether underworld. He looked like an old man who was filled with smoke and fire in the mortal world. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. This was probably the only expert that Wang Mang had met who looked like a human. Just as Wang Mang was wondering about the old man's identity, the Dog Emperor whispered to him, "Don't talk. He is the only local lord on Earth." Hearing this, Wang Mang glanced at the Dog Emperor in surprise. He realized that this guy really knew a lot. Just like that, another 5 days passed. At this moment, the meteorite was about to land. There was only 1 day left. Because of the meteorite's speed, it was faster than the calculations of the various empires. At the same time, Wang Mang's emotions were also extremely tense. Not only Wang Mang, but all the experts present were also very nervous, because if they couldn't withstand this wave of attacks, then Earth would basically be finished. At this time, the officials of the Red Empire walked up. Then, the officials of the Red Empire respectfully said to the experts present, "Demon emperors and great immortals, there is only 1 day left before the meteorite lands." Now, in addition to the Red Empire, the Sirav Nation, the Star-Spangled Nation, and other powerful empires, we have also organized experts to go all out to destroy the meteorite. Hearing this, the leader of the Lords of Hell nodded slightly. "Good. Tell them to set off. You too." After saying that, the Lord of Hell glanced at all the experts present. Then, the Lord of Hell raised his head and looked at the sky where the sun and the moon were at the same time. Seeing this, all the experts present also rushed to the sky, including Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw for the first time the speed of an Earth Immortal expert. The speed of an Earth Immortal expert all reached a speed of tens of thousands of miles per hour. This discovery simply shocked Wang Mang, the speed that he was proud of. In the face of an Earth Immortal expert, it didn't have much effect. However, after thinking about it for a while, Wang Mang felt relieved. The difference between an Earth Immortal and a non-Earth Immortal was really too big. In an instant, hundreds of demon royal-level experts had arrived in the universe in just a moment. Not only that, Wang Mang also realized that other than the experts on his side, there were also other experts. In the sky, there was still a group of experts scattered, and not many of them. There were only a dozen of them, or maybe 20 or 30 of them at the Demon Emperor level. When they saw the huge team on Wang Mang's side, these demon emperors appeared in the sky from all over the world. For a moment, it was as if they were scattered and gathered. Looking at the unfamiliar faces and the unfamiliar auras, Yi Zichen thought to himself. Wang Mang couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect there to be so many experts in the world. If it weren't for the meteorite incident, these experts on Earth probably wouldn't have all come out. Although there weren't many Earth Immortals, there were still hundreds of demon emperors from all over the world gathered here. Wang Mang roughly glanced around and was sure that there should be about 300 demon emperors present. Among them, the Oceanic clan accounted for 3/5, and the Netherworld accounted for 2/5. The rest were the scattered demon emperors who were lurking all over the world. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. The huge team had already flown out of Earth. At this moment, outside of Earth, in the vast universe, the huge team of experts on Earth also stopped with the Lord of the Netherworld. Because they couldn't see the meteorite coming now, they had to wait here for the meteorite to appear and destroy it before it entered Earth. Otherwise, Earth would really be finished. Even if they were demon emperors and Earth Immortals, they could probably only wander in the starry universe. In the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed, although according to the time calculation, there were still a few hours left before the meteorite landed. However, inadvertently, Wang Mang suddenly saw a pitch-black cosmos, a small red that was crazily enlarging in his line of sight. Moreover, the speed of this small red dot's enlargement, it was even more exaggerated than a magnifying glass. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's entire body trembled. If he guessed correctly, this inconspicuous small red dot, it could be a meteorite that was coming at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 321. Just as expected, at this moment, the leader of the lords of the underworld suddenly shouted, "Pay attention! It has appeared. All of you, listen to my command later. Attack together later. We must destroy this meteorite." Hearing this, all the powerhouses present were shocked. Then all of them looked at the meteorite. When they saw the red meteorite that was rapidly enlarging in their line of sight, all the monster royal powerhouses present dispersed and transformed into their original forms. This was because their strength was at its peak when they were in their original forms. Of course, among these powerhouses who had transformed into their original forms, except for the 7 Earth immortal level powerhouses. At a glance, one could see many gigantic monster beasts appearing in the starry sky. It could be said that all the monster royal powerhouses present did not hold back their strength. These powerful auras also meant that all the powerhouses present were ready to go all out. Therefore, the auras of the powerhouses nearby filled the entire starry sky of the universe. After all, this was not a personal matter, but a matter of all the powerhouses on Earth. Attack! At this moment, the Lord of Hell shouted. Then he transformed into a gigantic monster that was hundreds of meters tall. Then, without hesitation, the Lord of Hell rushed toward the meteorite that was rushing toward him. Following the Lord of Hell's attack, the other 6 Earth immortal level powerhouses also did not want to be outdone. Like streams of light, they shot out explosively. Similarly, the rest of the monster royal powerhouses had already transformed into their original forms and were rushing toward the meteorite. Why did they rush over when the meteorite was so far away? This was because the meteorite was moving too fast. It was so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly. If it were not for the monster royal powerhouses and the Earth immortal level powerhouses present, they would not be able to see the meteorite's terrifying speed. Similarly, Wang Mang had also transformed into his original form. However, he had actually kept a trick up his sleeve. This was because he knew his own strength. Compared to the combined attack of the demon emperors, this little bit of strength was not inferior. Therefore, Wang Mang only transformed into his original form and rushed toward the meteorite with the rest of the powerhouses. After flying for half an hour, the Lord of Hell, who was the leader, shouted, "Quick, let's attack together." Hearing this, all the demon royal powerhouses started to use their divine abilities. It could be said that none of the demon emperors had held back. Angry shouts rang out one after another. Grab the stars and the moon. Twisting universe. Peerless sword. Earth-shattering roar. A single spark makes a great fire. Mystic water domain. Heavenly dog eats the sun. Thunder curse. 10,000 souls devour the heavens. Heaven imprisoning desolate palm. 5 emperors breaking the 9 heavens. The next moment, these were hundreds of demon emperors. The condensed mystique appeared in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, the 7 Earth immortals also made their moves. Compared to the demonic beast emperor's attack, their actions were truly earth-shattering. Then, the Lord of the Underworld formed a gigantic hand in the middle of the starry sky. This sky-covering giant hand was already several kilometers long when it was condensed. The other 6 land immortals also activated their divine powers and attacked one after another. Of course, they unleashed the terrifying power of their divine abilities. It was simply earth-shattering, causing one's expression to change. 18 hells. Moving mountains and filling seas. Netherworld, hell, tribulation. After all the powerhouses present had used their divine powers, Wang Mang saw it. Countless divine powers bombarded the terrifying meteor that was burning with raging flames. Rumble, bang, 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 bang. A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out. They saw that parts of the huge meteor exploded and flew everywhere. The debris of the meteor that had been blasted away by many divine powers flew out like a turbulent flow. However, what made all the powerhouses, including Wang Meng, terrified was that this huge meteor was still not destroyed. This wave of divine powers attacks covered the sky and Earth. They had only destroyed 1% of the meteor's volume. In other words, the divine powers that were used by all the powerhouses on Earth. In fact, they did not cause much damage to the meteor. This was also the reason why all the powerhouses, including the land immortals, had a drastic change in expression. Damn it! What should we do? Lord of Hell, what should we do? It's over. It's over. This meteor is too big. That's right. Even if all of us monster emperors attack together, it won't be of any help. Unless all of us monster emperors rush up and self-destruct, there's still a chance. Is Earth really going to be doomed? Are we really going to wander the starry sky? At this moment, all the monster emperors present had already started to panic. Let's go. We can't stay on Earth anymore. Do you want to wander the starry sky with Ben Huang? At this moment, the dog emperor beside Wang Meng suddenly sighed and asked. Hearing this, Wang Meng's heart suddenly sank, and he did not speak. At this moment, the leader of the Lords of Hell spoke again. Attack again. We must try our best to stop it. If one attack doesn't work, we'll use it a few more times. Hearing this, all the powerhouses present continued to use their divine powers. Just like this, all the powerhouses present joined forces and repeatedly used their divine powers more than 10 times. All the monster emperors finally lost all hope, because after using their divine powers for so long, the damage caused to the meteor was less than 1/10. To put it bluntly, the meteor was still not destroyed by them. Only a small part of it was shattered by the experts present. Sigh, forget it, forget it. This is the will of the heavens. At this moment, the white-haired local god could not help but say bitterly. Hearing this, even the other ghosts and deities of the nether underworld fell silent. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng could not help but feel helpless. He could see clearly that these guys could no longer stop this meteor. Even the powerhouses at the level of Earth immortals could not stop the meteor. Moreover, judging from the situation in front of him, these guys were ready to give up on Earth. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's heart was very heavy. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate. If he hesitated for a while, Earth would be doomed. Thinking of this, Wang Meng made up his mind. He had already decided to use the summoning card. This was because there was no other way out of this. Sigh, damn it. These pieces of **T, they were simply good-looking, but useless. He could not do anything at all. Thinking of this, Wang Meng silently said in his heart, System, use the summoning card. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully used the summoning powerhouse cross-realm projection card. Chapter 3:22. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully used the summoning powerhouse cross-realm projection card. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Meng could not help but feel his heart tighten. There was no need to mention how nervous Wang Meng was right now. Once the summoned powerhouse did not make a move, or a powerhouse that was full of hostility towards him. In that case, Wang Meng would very likely play himself to death. Because of this, Wang Meng, who was using this thing for the first time, was still very nervous. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. It is possible to obtain the following summoning powerhouses. Ding. Please choose to exclude the following two. You do not wish to summon a powerhouse. Summon target 1, Su Daji. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, unknown. Origin, a fox demon with nuance backing. Summon target 2, Sun Wukong. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, unknown. Origin, transformed from the sky mending stone. Summon target 3, Black Emperor. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, bullies the weak and fears the strong. Origin, a dog with a background. Summon target 4, Buddha Tathagata. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, unknown. Origin, disciple of a saint. Summon target 5, Yi Qiandi. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, unknown. Origin, unknown. Summon target 6, Bai Suzhen. Strength level, unknown. Character evaluation, docile. Origin, unknown. Summon target 7, unknown. Strength level, unknown. Personality rating, unknown. Origin, unknown. After looking at the choices given by the system, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. F***CK. What was going on? Could he even remove 2 out of the 6? However, the problem was that he didn't know anything about the personalities of these 6 powerhouses. After all, he had never seen these experts before. How was he supposed to summon it? Could it be these familiar fellows? Was it really the same as in the TV series? Wang Mang didn't dare to use TV dramas, movies, or novels to determine their personalities, because he could really summon it now. It was completely different from what they saw in movies, dramas, or novels. What should they do? Therefore, Wang Mang was really hesitant about which 2 powerhouses he should eliminate. However, the first thing that could be ruled out was this thing. Oh, right, what dog emperor? That could be ruled out. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? What he wanted was a powerhouse who could save the world. He wasn't a piece of trash who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The first one that could be kept was Bai Suzhen, because the system had prompted that she had a docile personality. This could be kept. Then, who should he exclude the other position? Buddha Tathagata or Sun Wukong? Were the personalities of these 2 guys really the same as on TV? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel conflicted. But after thinking for a long time, Wang Mang finally decided to exclude Sun Wukong. Because Sun Wukong was a monkey after all, then Monkey King's temper probably wouldn't be good. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, exclude Sun Wukong and Dog Emperor. Oh no, Black Emperor. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face ding. The host has successfully eliminated the powerhouses that you don't want to summon. Ding. The powerhouse is being summoned. Warm reminder to the host. The summoned powerhouse will appear in half an hour. After hearing this, Wang Mang inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Half an hour was more than enough for him. At the current speed of the meteorite, it shouldn't be able to reach Earth so quickly, because Wang Mang and the group of powerhouses, in order to not let Earth be affected, but it had flown far away from Earth. Moreover, the previous attacks of the group of powerhouses had slightly affected the speed of the meteorite. Then what was the use of this half an hour? Thinking of this, Wang Mang inadvertently looked at the other powerhouses. Seeing that all the powerhouses were silent and at a loss of what to do, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. This half an hour, it must be left by the system for him to show off. After all, he had been invisible for so long. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided to seize this opportunity to awe these guys. After all, he only had this summoning card. If he didn't show off, he wouldn't have a chance. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly shouted, "Everyone, wait! Ben Huang has a way." After hearing Wang Mang's voice, all the powerhouses present were puzzled and looked at Wang Mang. Even the 7 earthly immortals present had their eyes fixed on Wang Mang as well. What method do you have? That's right. You're overestimating yourself. You, a monster emperor, have a way? Even the Earth Immortals can't do anything. What are you? Are you going to tell us that you can destroy this meteorite? For a moment, many monster emperors who didn't know each other sneered disdainfully. In their opinion, even the Earth Immortals couldn't do anything. So how could Wang Mang, a monster emperor, have a way? Although Wang Mang was a monster emperor at the level of 7,000 years, he was considered powerful among the group of monster emperors. But there were monster emperors at the level of 8,000 years, let alone 7,000 years. There were even Earth Immortals present. Could it be that when all the powerhouses present had no way, this inconspicuous monster emperor had a way? At this time, a middle-aged man from the nether hell, whose strength was close to that of an Earth Immortal, sneered. What method do you have? Tell us. If you can't tell us, you're just toying with us. Hearing this, Ingzheng couldn't help but frown and say coldly, Lu Bang, you old dog, this is a critical moment. It's not the time to settle your personal grudge. Whether or not brother Wang Mang has a way, we'll have to wait for him to finish. Hearing this, Lu Bang, who was also wearing a golden dragon robe, snorted coldly. At this time, among the 7 Earth Immortals, the white-haired old man of the earth, Immortal said with a gentle face, If you have a way, tell us quickly. There's no time to delay. Hearing this, Wang Mang snorted under the doubtful eyes of the powerhouses. Ben Huang has a magic power, a summoning technique used as a life-saving trump card. Once this magic power is used, it can communicate with the powerhouses in the unseen world. If you don't believe me, just watch. Ben Huang is about to start the summoning. After saying this, Wang Mang, under the gaze of hundreds of monster emperors and several Earth Immortals, Wang Mang immediately closed his eyes, looked serious, and pretended to murmur, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, blah blah blah, Eucalica. Chapter 3:23. Seeing this scene, all the demon emperors present, some of them were even Earth Immortals, they were all very confused. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, Eucalica? Could this be the incantation for summoning the divine ability? Thinking of this, many of the demon emperors present quietly paid attention to it. It could be said that they had quietly memorized the incantation that Wang Mang had chanted in their hearts. Even the Earth Immortals had secretly memorized it. At the same time, Wang Mang was still speaking eloquently as he chanted the incantation, blah blah blah, rotten melons, melons, cucumbers, while pretending Wang Mang was actually hesitating in his heart. Was he going to take the opportunity to ask for some benefits? After all the powerhouses present had been fooled by him. If he didn't take the opportunity to ask for benefits this time, then he probably wouldn't have another chance. Because even if this meteorite incident was resolved, the world was about to change, and a disaster was about to befall. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made up his mind. Damn it, I'll do it. No man can be rich without a windfall. A horse can't be fat without eating at night. The bold will die from overeating, and the cowardly will starve to death. So what if you're an Earth Immortal? I'll still trick you all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang quietly opened his eyes a little. Seeing that all the powerhouses present were paying attention to him, Wang Mang pretended to chant for a while. Wang Mang suddenly opened his eyes and roared with a voice full of pain, Great Immortals, fellow Taoists, quickly take out the half-immortal level treasures and give them to me. The more the better. Otherwise, Ben Huang will die on the spot before he can summon the powerhouse from the underworld. Hearing Wang Mang's serious and painful expression, it obviously didn't seem like he was pretending. However, there were still many powerhouses present who had doubts in their hearts. because they didn't see any powerhouses being summoned. But when they thought of what Wang Mang said about the backlash, the powerhouses present basically didn't doubt it. In the eyes of many demon emperors, and even Earth Immortals, the demon emperors, and Earth Immortals were all shocked. If Wang Mang's life-saving trump card didn't have any restrictions or drawbacks, wouldn't he be invincible? After all, he could summon experts. This was too heaven-defying. Thinking up to this point, many monster emperors firmly remembered the incantation that Wang Mang had spoken earlier. Although he had to pay a hefty price to use this ability, he had to pay a hefty price. However, no expert would give up on such a powerful ability. Therefore, he had to memorize the incantation for the divine ability. However, as for Wang Mang's request for them to give him some benefits, all the demon royal powerhouses chose to ignore him and pretended not to hear him. Not to mention that they didn't have any half-immortal grade natural treasures. Even if they did, who would be willing to take them out? Upon seeing this, the 7 Earth Immortals frowned. Of course, they heard Wang Mang's request. However, what made them feel helpless was that the experts present did not hesitate when they attacked. However, when they were asked to take out their treasures, all of them chose to remain silent. Obviously, they didn't want to give him any benefits. From this, it could be seen that the experts were selfish at all times. At the same time, Wang Mang, who had been quietly observing the situation, also saw all of this. Damn it, these D*MN guys, they're so stingy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very unhappy. After all, he had wasted a summoning card. This summoning card was very precious to Wang Mang. However, when he wanted to take the opportunity to ask for some benefits, these guys were stingy. He was saving the world. Thinking of this, Wang Mang screamed in pain. "Hurry up! Hurry up! I can't take it anymore." Upon seeing this, the Lord of Hell, who was the leader, finally spoke. "I have one here." As soon as he finished speaking, a half-immortal grade natural treasure appeared in the Lord of Hell's hand out of thin air. This half-immortal grade natural treasure was overflowing with a medicinal fragrance, like a black lotus, which was extremely demonic. Upon seeing this, the Lord of Earth opened his palm, and a tender pink peach appeared in his palm. He said, "This is a half-immortal grade peach." Upon seeing this, Wang Mang was immediately overjoyed. Then, he quietly glanced at the other Earth Immortals. He saw that the other Earth Immortals had no intention of taking out their treasures at all. Wang Mang could not help but feel regretful. It seemed that he could only get these 2 half-immortal grade natural treasures at most. Damn it, these guys are so stingy. Wang Mang cursed the experts present in his heart. He immediately screamed in pain. Hurry up! Give it to me, great immortals!" Upon hearing this, the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Earth did not waste any time and threw the 2 half-immortal grade natural treasures at Wang Mang. Upon seeing that he was still alive, many of the demon emperors present were envious. If it were not for the presence of the Earth Immortals, they would have been impatient. In fact, it was the first time for many demon emperors to see a half-immortal grade natural treasure. That was because half-immortal grade natural treasures were too rare. Not only were they useful for demon emperors, but they were also useful for experts who were infinitely close to the Earth Immortals. Or even for Earth Immortals, they were also very effective. But what about Wang Mang? He got 2 half-immortal grade natural treasures so easily. Of course, they were envious. At the same time, many demon emperors were also very puzzled. Could it be that this summoning divine power required the use of half-immortal grade natural treasures? If that was the case, it could be said that many of the demon emperors present were already nervous, because the price of using it was too great. At the same time, after obtaining these 2 half-immortal grade natural treasures, Wang Mang pretended to swallow them, but when he closed his mouth, he kept them in his storage space. At this point, 2 half-immortal grade natural treasures were in his hands. Only then did Wang Mang pretend that he was no longer in pain. Just like that, Wang Mang pretended for nearly half an hour. At the same time, the meteorite was very close to Earth. If there were no accidents, it would crash into Earth in half an hour. This caused the experts present to lose their patience one after another. They panicked and questioned Wang Mang angrily. "Damn it! What the hell is going on? Didn't you say to summon the experts? Where are the experts? Where are the experts you summoned? Can you do it or not? Don't tell me you're playing with us." Chapter 324. He's just pretending. Ben Huang has been suspicious of him for a long time. That's right. You've even eaten the half-deity treasure of heaven and earth. We've been waiting for you for half an hour, but you still haven't shown up. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you do it or not? If you dare to lie to us, we'll tear you into pieces. All of a sudden, all the powerhouses present were furious. In fact, many of the powerhouses present had the same bloodline on Earth. After losing their patience, these powerhouses directly threatened Wang Mang. Hearing the angry questions of the powerhouses, Wang Mang felt bitter in his heart. He had been pretending for half an hour. But why hasn't the powerhouse appeared yet? Oh my God! System, didn't we agree on half an hour? Thinking of this, Wang Mang started to panic. At the same time, he could only pray that the system wouldn't screw up. Otherwise, not only would Earth be doomed, but he would also be doomed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang quickly asked, "System, how much longer?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Warm reminder, the summoning target is about to be projected here." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt a little relieved. At the same time, in order to protect his dignity, under the questioning of all the powerhouses, Wang Mang suddenly roared. "The summoning is successful. The powerhouse is about to be summoned." Hearing Wang Mang's words, all the powerhouses present sneered. Many of them were about to say something. However, at this moment, they vaguely heard a roar coming from the space. This sudden scene caused all the powerhouses to raise their heads and look around. After that, many of the powerhouses present felt that this part of the universe was unusual because this part of the universe seemed to be distorted and became extremely unstable. Could it be that there's really a powerhouse who can cross the space and come here? Seeing this, the Lord of Hell, who was the leader, said in disbelief. All of a sudden, the other 6 Earth immortal powerhouses were also shocked because they could sense that the space in this expanse of the starry sky was warping. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. This earth-shattering sound attracted everyone's attention. The starry sky above them seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. In the next moment, all the powerhouses present saw a scene that they would never forget. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the starry sky above his head. It was as if the starry sky of this universe was about to collapse at any moment. Not only that, from this gap, a storm that was as sharp as a knife blew out. Then, the spatial crack became bigger and bigger. Even the group of experts, including Wang Mang, could see the pitch-black black hole-like scene in the spatial rift. Then, Wang Mang saw 2 huge arms covered in black flames suddenly stretch out from the spatial crack. Then, the 2 huge hands, which were burning with purplish-black flames, began to grab the sides of the spatial rift and tear it apart. At the same time, a laugh that was not a laugh could be heard. Ah ha ha ha! The wild and unrestrained laughter was like the sound of a demon. After coming out from the spatial crack, it swept through the entire starry sky universe. Just after hearing this voice, all the demon emperors, including Wang Mang, felt their hearts tremble and even felt dizzy. Moreover, from the demonic aura that was unintentionally spreading out from the spatial crack, Wang Mang could feel a tremor. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. It was as if under this aura, he was as small as a speck of dust. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. All the demon emperors and even the land immortals felt this way. Rumble! At this moment, then Wang Mang saw the spatial crack being torn open with a loud bang. Then a figure that was burning with purplish-black flames appeared. His entire body was burning with purplish-black flames, and for a moment it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, as that figure appeared, the crowd began to tremble. That terrifying feeling from before had become even stronger. In front of this figure, all the demon emperors and land immortals present. At the same time, they all had the urge to kneel down and worship him. They couldn't straighten their backs at all. "You're the one who summoned me?" At this moment, the huge figure covered in flames looked at Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang couldn't see who the other party was at all. Facing this unknown existence that had been summoned, Wang Mang couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He said carefully, "It's me who summoned you, great immortal." Hearing this, the figure covered in purplish-black flames smiled sinisterly. "A little monster in a small world. Interesting, interesting. I'm very curious. How did you summon me?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was about to speak. However, he inadvertently saw that the meteor that was approaching was already very close. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang hurriedly begged in fear, "Great immortal, please help us, little demons, through the difficulties in front of us." "That's right, great immortal. I beg you to help. That rock is coming. Great immortal, please help. Save the lives of us, little demons and cultivators." Following Wang Mang's words, all the powerhouses present began to beg in fear. Even the powerhouses at the level of Earth immortals began to beg. The reason for that was because this unknown mysterious expert was simply too powerful. He was just an invisible and terrifying aura that permeated the air. It was enough to make all the powerhouses present lose their voices and not even dare to breathe loudly. He didn't pay attention to the pleas of the other powerhouses. However, Wang Mang's request attracted his attention because he really wanted to figure it out. How did Wang Mang summon him? After all, he was personally imprisoned by Xidagarba. Normally, it was impossible for him to send out any avatars, not to mention sending out a spiritual projection across the realm like now. Therefore, after seeing the meteorite flying from afar, this unknown powerhouse suddenly revealed an unruly and sinister smile. Then, 2 rays of golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes that were burning with purplish-black flames. Chapter 3:25. In the next moment, under the stunned and incredulous gazes of all the experts, these 2 golden lights had already shot towards the huge meteorite in the distance. Following that, a loud explosion sounded. Rumble! The huge meteorite that was originally flying over at an extremely fast speed was instantly blasted into ruins. This terrifying airflow swept over from the place where the meteorite exploded like a wave. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was extremely shocked and hurriedly used his divine ability to dodge. Facing the terrifying airflow that covered the sky and the earth, as well as the meteorite rubble, he dodged. Similarly, the land immortals and many demon emperor experts present, they all dodged the aftermath of the terrifying airflow at the first moment. However, there were still many demon emperor experts who couldn't react in time. These experts who couldn't react in time didn't even have the chance to scream. After being swept by this terrifying wave of air, they were all turned into ashes. In addition, there were also many unlucky demon emperors who suffered. They were directly blasted to death by the exploding meteorite fragments. It could be said that it was just the aftermath of the explosion of the meteorite. Basically, 1/3 of the more than 300 demon emperor experts present had died. Seeing this scene, whether it was Wang Mang or the land immortals, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, with their scalps tingling. This was too terrifying. It was just the aftermath of the explosion. It directly caused hundreds of demon emperors to die on the spot. These demon emperors died too aggrieved, because they didn't have time to react. Of course, Wang Mang also felt fear and numbness on his scalp. However, Wang Mang was pleasantly surprised. F***CK. This was simply a good way to die. In fact, Wang Mang couldn't wait for more to die. That was because there were too many experts on Earth. So many demon emperor experts had died all of a sudden. This was for Earth, which was about to be hit by a disaster. Or for Wang Mang, this was a good thing. The only pity was that it would be great if these hundreds of demon emperors were for him to eat. After all, there were more than 100 demon emperors. If he ate them, it would definitely be worth a lot of evolution points. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt a terrifying gaze on him. Wang Mang raised his head and saw that the mysterious expert burning with purplish-black flames had been looking at him the entire time. Seeing this, Wang Mang asked cautiously, "Great Immortal, this is—" Hearing this, the mysterious expert covered in purplish-black flames smiled indifferently. "I'm asking you a question. How on earth did you summon me?" Clearly, this mysterious expert was very curious. This was because before Wang Mang summoned him, he had already been summoned. He had been suppressed by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the underworld, not to mention the current cross-border projection. Normally, he couldn't even send out his spiritual sense clone. But this time, he was actually able to project his divine will across realms. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately felt bitter. How was he supposed to explain this? Could it be that he had used a summoning card? In the end, he was summoned. Of course, Wang Mang couldn't tell anyone about this. Therefore, Wang Mang could only brace himself and explain, "Great Immortal, it's like this. I am proficient in a magical ability. I need to pay a certain price to be able to summon an expert." Facing Wang Mang's explanation, he didn't believe it at all. Instead, he slowly said, "I don't care how you summon me. You and I have already formed karma. If you come to my world one day, I will find you to settle the karma." After saying this, he looked at the starry universe in front of him and suddenly laughed. Freedom! What a simple yet extravagant thing. Hearing these strange words, Wang Mang was completely confused. But Wang Mang understood the first part of the sentence. Wang Mang was naturally aware of this so-called karma. To put it bluntly, he had received the other party's help. If the other party needed it in the future, he would also find him to ask for this karma. However, Wang Mang didn't care about this so-called karma. In Wang Mang's opinion, future matters could be dealt with in the future. Right now, he had to get through this crisis first. Therefore, Wang Mang hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, Great Immortal. Don't worry, Great Immortal. If Great Immortal needs it in the future, I definitely won't refuse." Hearing this, the mysterious expert burning with purplish-black flames nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Wang Mang carefully asked, "May I know your name, Great Immortal?" Hearing this, the mysterious expert was slightly stunned, as if he fell into deep thought. After a long while, the mysterious expert said faintly, "Call me Hell Great Saint." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned and looked at the mysterious expert in front of him. He suddenly realized that this name was quite appropriate. He was covered in purplish-black flames, as if he came from hell. At this time, Wang Mang still wanted to ask something, but he suddenly saw the mysterious expert disappearing. Seeing this scene, although Wang Mang was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. On the contrary, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that this was just a cross-realm projection of an expert? At the same time, seeing this mysterious expert about to disappear, all the monster emperors and Earth immortals present secretly heaved a sigh of relief, because in front of this mysterious expert, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Wang Mang saw it. This mysterious expert disappeared. Finally, under the gaze of countless experts, the expert who had disappeared transformed into an inconspicuous strand of monkey hair that floated in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang hurriedly asked in his heart, "System, who exactly is this expert that was summoned?" The system's voice sounded frowny-faced warm reminder. The expert's projection that was summoned by the host is the projection of Sun Wukong after his dark form. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Damn, didn't he already exclude Sun Wukong? In the end, the character that was summoned was still Sun Wukong? Moreover, it was Sun Wukong after his dark form. Not only that, in the short contact with this monkey, Wang Mang couldn't figure out this monkey's character at all. The only thing he could feel was the dark form of Sun Wukong. The aura that was emitted from his body was extremely evil, cold, and dark. Just as Wang Mang was still guessing Sun Wukong's character after his dark form, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully completed the mission. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained a top-grade blind box X3. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained a random draw X3. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained a diamond treasure chest X3. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained a free evolution opportunity X5. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start the evolution? Chapter 3:26. When he heard the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang cried tears of joy. F***CK. After tossing and turning for so long, he finally completed the mission. Thank goodness! Thank goodness the Dark Monkey King was so powerful. Thank goodness the Dark Monkey King didn't attack him. Although Wang Mang still couldn't figure out what the Dark Monkey King's personality was like. However, the Dark Sun Wukong didn't hurt him, so it was over. Moreover, to be honest, this was the first time Wang Mang saw the legendary Sun Wukong with his own eyes. However, it seemed to be too different from what he remembered or what he saw in the movies and TV series. However, Wang Mang didn't have the mood to figure out Monkey King's personality now, because Wang Mang was already thinking of returning to Earth as soon as possible to digest the harvest this time. Wang Mang's harvest this time was very rich. Let's not talk about the system's mission rewards first. Wang Mang also obtained 2 half-immortal level heavenly treasures. It could be said that he returned with a full load. Of course, Wang Mang also paid a lot in this mission. In the past half a month, he had been running around, organizing experts to run around. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Wang Mang to get the mission rewards. Moreover, Wang Mang also urgently needed to improve his strength, because even an Earth immortal level expert had appeared. Damn it, if he didn't improve his strength. Wang Mang didn't dare to imagine what level of experts would appear after the disaster. This was also the reason why Wang Mang urgently wanted to improve his strength. He was afraid that he couldn't keep up with the speed of the experts on Earth becoming stronger or replacing. At that time, he would definitely be eliminated. Once he was eliminated, it would be a fatal blow to Wang Mang. After all, the more chaotic it was, the more important strength was. Moreover, after this big harvest, Wang Mang guessed in his heart, before the disaster came, he probably wouldn't have such a rich harvest again. At this moment, a cautious voice suddenly sounded. "Little friend, which powerful figure of the demon race has left?" Hearing this, Wang Mang hurriedly turned his head to look. The Earth Justice was looking at him with a benevolent expression. Not only that, but the other 6 Earth Immortals. At this moment, his gaze towards Wang Mang had also become much friendlier. There was almost no need to guess. Wang Mang knew that he must have summoned a powerhouse to intimidate these fellows. After all, who had Wang Mang summoned? The Dark Sun Wukong. To tell the truth, Sun Wukong's strength. What level had he reached? Wang Mang did not dare to imagine. After all, the projection that crossed realms was merely a strand of monkey hair. But even a single strand of monkey hair was so terrifying. Then, how ferocious was this sovereign? Therefore, Wang Mang didn't even need to think to know. These guys were completely fearful of him. Of course, this also allowed Wang Mang to achieve the effect he wanted. He had pretended to be strong this time in order to take the opportunity to intimidate these powerhouses. Moreover, he wanted to tell these powerhouses that he also had a life-saving trump card. In the end, the effect of this deterrence had indeed made Wang Mang very satisfied, especially when he saw the Earth Immortals and the Demon Emperor's fearful gazes. The vanity in Wang Mang's heart was greatly satisfied. Therefore, Wang Mang immediately laughed and said, "Thank you, Earth Lord and the Lord of Hell, for the half-immortal level treasures. If it weren't for the half-immortal level treasures, I definitely wouldn't have been able to summon it this time." Furthermore, what this little demon summoned was merely a strand of monkey hair. I'm sure all of you have seen it. If I want to summon this powerful figure of the demon race, I'm afraid I can't do it for the time being. After hearing what Wang Mang said, the monstrous beast emperors present all felt their hearts palpitating. Damn it, he only summoned a strand of monkey hair. Is he that powerful? If he really summoned this powerful figure of the demon race, how powerful would he be? Thinking of this, the demon emperors present looked at Wang Mang with even more fear. At the same time, they had already memorized the incantation that Wang Mang chanted when he summoned it. Hearing this, the Lord of Hell and the Earth Lord nodded with satisfaction. Wang Mang's attitude also made them feel very comfortable. While he was proud, he didn't forget to flatter them. "Okay, since this disaster has been resolved, let's disperse." At this time, the Lord of Hell nodded slowly and said in an indifferent tone, now that the powerful figure of the demon race summoned by Wang Mang had left, the Lord of Hell's arrogance naturally returned. After hearing the Lord of Hell's words, the demon emperors present looked at each other and dispersed. At the same time, just as Wang Mang was about to leave, Ing Zheng and the Dog Emperor came up to him. "Brother Ing Zheng, Dog Emperor," Wang Mang shouted enthusiastically. Hearing this, Ing Zheng smiled and said, "Brother Wang Mang, this move of yours is really powerful. With this move alone, these earth deities won't dare to touch you easily." Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little guilty. This wasn't a divine ability. It was a real summon. Moreover, it was not something that he could summon whenever he wanted to. After all, Wang Mang only had one summoning card, and it was completely gone now. Of course, it was better for him to keep these things to himself. On the surface, Wang Mang smiled humbly and said, "Brother Ing Zheng, you can't say it like that. Brother, although I can use this magic, I have to pay a price for it. Brother, you have seen it for yourself." Hearing this, Ing Zheng thought for a while and nodded slightly. He also felt that Wang Mang's method should not be used as a regular method. Otherwise, wouldn't Wang Mang be completely invincible? Therefore, while Ling Zheng was inexplicably relieved, he also smiled and chatted with Wang Mang for a while. In the end, Ing Zheng left with more than 10 demon emperors from the netherworld. After Ing Zheng left, the Dog Emperor asked Wang Mang in confusion, "Brother Anaconda, how did you get involved with these experts from the netherworld kingdom?" Hearing this, Wang Mang glanced at the Dog Emperor in surprise and said perfunctorily, "We just happen to know each other." At this time, the Dog Emperor naturally heard Wang Mang's perfunctory words and immediately sneered. "Brother, I advise you not to get too close to the experts from the netherworld. Originally, the demon race was the well-deserved overlord on Earth. Now that the netherworld has appeared, sooner or later, there will be an irreconcilable conflict with the demon race. If you get too close to the experts of the nether underworld, then, in the future, whether it is the demon race or the Sea Clan, they will reject you. Although there are some differences between us, demon race, and the Sea Clan, we are still demon race. When the disaster of heaven and earth occurs, it will be the time for us demon race to rise completely." Chapter 3:27. In addition, it's impossible for the experts of the netherworld to stop the rise of the demon clan. Moreover, there are already 6 ghost god underworld tablets in the netherworld. If another tablet appears in the future, it will only be an immortal tablet or a divine tablet. That's why I advise you not to get too close to the experts of the netherworld. When the time comes, no matter what the reason is, the experts of the netherworld will be like fire and water with the demon clan. Moreover, will the experts of the demon clan watch as the immortal tablet and divine tablet fall into the hands of the demon clan? At this point, the Dog Emperor did not say anything else. He glanced at Wang Mang, who was deep in thought. Similarly, Wang Mang had never thought that so many things would happen if he got too close to the demon clan. However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang realized that the Dog Emperor's words made sense. Wang Mang knew about the Underworld Tablet, Immortal Tablet, and Divine Tablet. Now, only the Netherworld had it. No, it should be the Netherworld and the Earth God. This was because these 7 experts had all become Earth Immortals through the Underworld Tablet and Immortal Tablet. However, Wang Mang felt that the Dog Emperor wouldn't be so kind as to remind him for no reason. No matter how Wang Mang thought about it, he felt that this didn't fit the Dog Emperor's personality at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly asked, "Dog Emperor, what you said makes sense. Dog Emperor, why are you suddenly so kind as to remind me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Dog Emperor was immediately speechless. In the next moment, the Dog Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You and I are brothers after all. How can I watch you fall? Now that you're in trouble, I won't stand by and watch." Hearing the Dog Emperor's righteous words, Wang Mang was speechless. Based on Wang Mang's understanding of the Dog Emperor, this fellow wouldn't do anything without benefits. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Thinking of this, Wang Mang looked around and snorted, "If you have something to say, Dog Emperor, just say it. What's the matter? I'm all ears." Seeing Wang Mang being so direct, the Dog Emperor was extremely embarrassed. He craned his head to look around before whispering to Wang Mang, "I'm sorry, Brother Wang Mang. I realized that the Netherworld Underworld is really rich. That's why I want to Underworld before the disaster. How is it? It's still the same, 50-50. Let's steal it together. Oh no, let's borrow it." After hearing the Dog Emperor's words, Wang Mang was speechless. He realized that this Dog Emperor's guts were really big. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was audacious. There were 6 Earth Immortals in the Netherworld Underworld, but this guy still dared to have designs on the Netherworld Underworld. To be honest, Wang Mang was somewhat impressed by the Dog Emperor. That was because Wang Mang had indeed thought of going to the netherworld, underworld to steal things. However, the Dog Emperor wasn't just thinking about it. This guy was about to make a move. Wang Mang guessed the answer after a brief guess. This might have something to do with the half-immortal level treasure that the Lord of Hell had taken out earlier. He reckoned that this fellow was simply envious. He couldn't wait to steal it now. However, Wang Mang didn't want to take this risk. After all, Wang Mang had gained a lot this time, and he hadn't had time to digest it yet. Therefore, Wang Mang really didn't want to go to the netherworld, underworld to steal things. The risk was too great. If there were fewer Earth immortals in the netherworld, underworld, he would really want to take the risk. Thinking of this, Wang Mang sternly refused. Dog Emperor, I'm sorry. Brother, I don't want to go to the netherworld, underworld. There are too many experts in the netherworld, underworld. It might be difficult for one to escape. After hearing Wang Mang's refusal, the Dog Emperor was immediately displeased. Brother Python, aren't you a little too cowardly? As the saying goes, a horse won't get fat without eating at night, and a man won't get rich without a windfall. Brother, you're afraid of wolves and tigers. You're too narrow-minded. At this point, the Dog Emperor sighed and said, forget it. I'll go myself. After saying that, the Dog Emperor left unhappily. Looking at the Dog Emperor's departing figure, Wang Mang was speechless. This guy is getting bolder and bolder. In the past, he stole the treasures of the Demon Emperor. Now, he even dared to steal from Earth immortals. Forget it. I won't participate this time. I'll go back and digest this harvest first. Thinking of this, Wang Mang flew towards Earth and used his divine ability, one step in the world. Therefore, Wang Mang's speed, which was as fast as lightning, became as fast as a stream of light. 10 minutes later, at this moment, Wang Mang had already returned to his own territory. Seeing the officials of the Red Empire in his territory, Wang Mang immediately said, "Send the news back. The meteorite has been taken care of by Ben Huang." Hearing this, the two young men of the Red Empire immediately cried out in joy. The two of them knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes and said sincerely, "Thank you, guardian deity. Thank you, guardian deity, on behalf of thousands of our compatriots." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Ben Huang wants to go back to his cave and cultivate in seclusion. Don't disturb Ben Huang." After saying that, Wang Mang ordered the water buffalo great demon, who was guarding outside the cave, to look after the cave. After that, Wang Mang went into the cave. After arriving at the cave, Wang Mang couldn't wait to organize his harvest. Furthermore, to what extent could his strength be raised by this harvest? In fact, Wang Mang himself wasn't too sure, because this mission's harvest was too bountiful. When he thought of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, show me my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, 6-winged, 3-headed python. Adult, cultivation, 7,300 years, Demon Emperor level. Body, 204 meters long, 7 meters wide. 5 million kilograms weight. Combat power, 5 million kilograms bite force, 130 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, skyline. Space, 2 half-immortal treasures, information detection, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, random lottery chance X3, supreme grade blind box X3, Diamond Treasure Chest X3. Shop. Activated luck. 88. Dragon Among Snakes. Evolution points. 11. 6 billion/16 billion current ranking. 89th in the world. Chapter 328. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The reward this time was much more than he had imagined. 2 half-immortal level treasures of heaven and earth. 2 half-immortal level treasures of heaven and earth. 3 diamond treasure chests. 3 random lottery chances. 3 rare blind boxes. 5 free evolution chances. It could be said that he had 5 chances to evolve. He even had the chance to evolve 6 times in a row. As for whether he could evolve 7 times in a row, Wang Mang did not know. Evolving 6 times was a certainty, but evolving 7 times would depend on luck. For example, whether the items he opened were good or not. However, Wang Mang felt that it should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel excited. If he could evolve 7 times in a row, then his cultivation would reach the level of 8,000 years. An 8,000 years monster royal. Wang Mang felt that his strength should be able to enter the top 50 of the global powerhouse list. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel a little excited. He decided to open the treasure chests and lottery chances first. He wanted to evolve 2 times in a row without using the 5 evolution chances. In this way, Wang Mang would use another 5 free evolution chances. By then, his cultivation would directly reach the level of 7,000 years. He would directly reach the level of 8,000 years Monster Royal. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, take out 2 half-immortal level treasures of heaven and earth." The next moment, 2 half-immortal level treasures of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. These 2 half-immortal level treasures of heaven and earth were the Black Lotus and the Peach of Heaven that the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Earth had given him. The next moment, Wang Mang swallowed the 2 treasures of heaven and earth into his mouth. Then Wang Mang felt that his body was about to explode from a pure and huge force. Fortunately, it was not the first time that Wang Mang had eaten a half-immortal level treasure of heaven and earth. After about 10 minutes, Wang Mang had already gotten used to this uncomfortable feeling. The next moment, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 8,900 years old, half-immortal grade black soul devilish lotus. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 12 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 8,900-year-old half-immortal peach of 9 spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 12 billion evolution points. Ding! Evolution conditions have been met. Do you wish to begin evolution? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but burst with joy. He felt that he had underestimated the harvest this time. He had already accumulated 6 billion evolution points. Now, he had obtained another 24 billion evolution points. In other words, he now had 6 billion evolution points. The current evolution only required 16 billion evolution points. It was impossible for the next evolution to exceed it by too much. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but get excited. Not bad, not bad. He felt that this time it might not be just 6 consecutive evolutions, but 7 consecutive evolutions. It was even possible for it to evolve. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits. Forget it. Let's continue opening the good stuff first. Thus, he might be able to evolve 10 times in a row. At that time, his strength would skyrocket. When he thought of this, Wang Mang joyfully said in his heart, "System, open the diamond treasure chest." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 400 million evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Dragoness Edition Silicone Doll. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Pesticide Paraquat 1 bottle. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Antique Urinal 1 bottle. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 1 billion evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Pangelian's Original Underwear 1 bottle. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was simply dumbfounded. Damn. A diamond treasure chest. Damn. It actually opened so many trashy things. 4 out of 6 times, it was trash. How the F***CK do they want to live? What the hell is this? Pesticide Paraquat, Antique Urinal, Silicone Doll, Pangelian's Original Underwear. What's the point of giving these things to me? In truth, Wang Mang was almost angered to death. He even suspected that he had opened a fake diamond treasure chest. What the F***CK? What the F***CK? Is this not the right time to open the treasure chest? Thinking about this, Wang Mang became gloomy. Forget it. I'll just evolve twice first. Thinking about this, Wang Mang decided not to open anything for the time being. He was afraid that he would get a bunch of trashy things again. I'll use my evolution points to evolve first. I won't use the 5 free evolution opportunities for now. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, System, begin evolution. Use evolution points to evolve. In the next moment, the system's voice resounded frowny-faced ding. Successfully deducted 16 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. Then, Wang Mang lost consciousness during the evolution. 4 hours later, Wang Mang had only completed 2 evolutions. It was worth mentioning. His first evolution cost him 16 billion evolution points. His second evolution cost 19 billion evolution points. His 2 evolutions cost a total of 25 billion evolution points. When he woke up from the evolution, Wang Mang immediately checked his body and found that the changes were not too big. As for how big the changes were, he would have to look at his personal data to know. Thinking about this, Wang Mang happily said, System, open my personal information. In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, 6-winged, 3-headed python, adult, cultivation, 7,500 years, demonic emperor, body, 212 meters long, 8 meters wide, 5 million kilograms weight. Fighting strength, 5 million kilograms bite force, 130 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking divine abilities, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser beam, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven escape, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, 1 step in the world. Space, probing information, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, random lottery chance X3, best quality blind box X3, diamond treasure chest X2, free chance to evolve X5. Shopping center, activated. Luck, 88 dragon among snakes. Evolution points, 12 billion/22 billion. Current ranking, 86th in the world. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang secretly nodded his head in satisfaction. He did not expect that his body weight would increase by 1 million kilograms during this evolution. This was a bit out of Wang Mang's expectations. Apart from that, his cultivation had reached 7,500 years. It could be said that Wang Mang wanted to upgrade to the demonic emperor with 8,000 years of cultivation. It was practically a done deal. Not bad, not bad. In half a month, the disaster will descend. Ben Huang is probably not far from becoming an Earth Immortal expert. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. At the same time, Wang Mang was also thinking that he would strive to become stronger in the last half a month. At that time, no matter what the disaster would become, his strength would be enough to sit back and relax. The stronger he was, the more stable he would be. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided to continue opening good things. Let's see if the remaining things could support him. 2 more evolutions? After coming out of seclusion this time, he would strive to increase his strength to more than 8,000 years. Thinking of this, Wang Mang happily muttered in his heart, "System, continue to open the diamond treasure chest." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained." Chapter 329. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, frowny face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 500 million evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 500 million evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a 7,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained a one-time good luck card." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but secretly sigh. Although this diamond treasure chest was better than the previous one, it was still better than the previous one. However, from Wang Mang's point of view, this thing could only be said to be limited. That's only around 300,000 evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said, "System, take out the 7,000-year-old treasure that I just obtained." In the next moment, an apple-like red fruit appeared. It was only the size of a palm. However, the color was exceptionally bright red, and the medicinal fragrance was also quite rich. Moreover, this apple-like treasure of heaven and earth was still struggling even though it was imprisoned by the system. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately became happy. He immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. After that, the system's voice sounded, frowny face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully swallowed a 7,000-year-old treasure." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 300 million evolution points." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly nodded. Calculating this way, this diamond treasure chest had given him 3 billion evolution points. After accumulating 2 diamond treasure chests consecutively, he had only accumulated about 5 billion evolution points. Now, there was only 1 diamond treasure chest left. Forget it. Let's continue. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang once again said in his mind, "System, use a one-time good luck card." The system has activated the diamond treasure chest again. The system's good luck card should be more powerful this time. Wang Mang muttered to himself. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully used a one-time good luck card." Hint. After using the good luck card, the effect will last for an hour. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Diamond treasure chest successfully opened." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 7 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Suba juicer." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of golden arowana oil. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was much better this time. Out of the 6 times, 5 of them were evolution points. Only 1 golden arowana oil was produced. Thus, from Wang Mang's point of view, it was still very good. After calculating, he had obtained 7 billion evolution points. After accumulating 3 diamond treasure chests, he had finally obtained 10 billion evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became much better. It seems that the one-time good luck card was still useful. Let's continue. While the good luck card still has time. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became much better, and he said again, "System, this time, open a top-quality blind box for me." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a top-quality blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's first announcement, Wang Mang was happy. Not bad. As expected, the one-time good luck card's effect was not small. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next announcement. A minute later, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 billion evolution points. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this top-quality blind box will not be a loss. After hearing the system's second announcement, Wang Mang was grinning from ear to ear. He had discovered another good thing. It was the good luck card. After using it on himself, it really had an effect. Just when Wang Mang was immensely pleased with himself, the system's voice sounded again for the 3rd time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 million evolution points. Damn, don't be like this. Hearing the system's announcement again, Wang Mang immediately could not smile anymore. *CK. Could this be a case of extreme joy turning into sorrow? Thinking about this, Wang Mang's heart became gloomy. At this time, the system's voice sounded again for the 4th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 9 billion evolution points. Good. Still good. After hearing the 4th announcement, the amount of evolution points, Wang Mang's mood became better again. However, this time, Wang Mang was determined not to smile. He was afraid that he would have another extreme joy turn to sorrow. This was because this kind of extreme joy turned to sorrow often happened to him. At this time, the system's voice sounded again for the 5th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 200 million evolution points. Damn, I'm not smiling. Daddy system, don't be like this. 200 million evolution points is just a drop in the ocean for me to evolve. At this time, Wang Mang did not even have the strength to curse. He was still hoping that the best quality blind box would give him a big reward. However, the result was out of Wang Mang's expectations. At this time, the system's voice sounded again for the 6th time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 8 billion evolution points. Ding. The accumulation of evolution requirements has been met. Do you wish to evolve? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was once again bursting with joy. This best quality blind box was not bad. It gave him 10 billion evolution points. It was not a bit more, not a bit less. If the next 2 best quality blind boxes could also give him 10 billion evolution points, Wang Mang might really evolve 9 times or even 10 times. After all, Wang Mang had already evolved twice. Right now, he could satisfy 1 more evolution, adding in the 5 free evolution opportunities. His strength would soar. At that time, he would be an expert close to the level of an Earth immortal. Wang Mang did not need to be afraid at all. Life and death were indifferent. If he did not accept it, he would fight. Other goblin emperors with more than 8,000 years of cultivation might not be able to contend against experts close to the level of an Earth immortal. However, Wang Mang was much stronger than ordinary goblin emperors. He could usually cross a few hundred years of cultivation to fight. Because of this, once Wang Mang's cultivation reached the level of 8,000 years, he would not be afraid of those experts close to the level of an Earth immortal. Even if he could not defeat those experts close to the level of an Earth immortal. However, if he wanted to protect himself, it was completely enough. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and full of fighting spirit. Damn it, while my luck is good, I'll continue to open them. I'll strive to come out this time with a cultivation strength of 8,300 years. Thinking about this, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, give me a random lottery this time." In the next moment, a lucky compass immediately appeared in Wang Mang's mind. However, when he saw the 9 prizes, Wang Mang could not help but laugh again. This was because the 9 prizes were Frowny Face 19, 99 billion evolution points, 188, 8 billion evolution points, 19, 9 billion evolution points, 18, 8 billion evolution points, 19 half immortal level treasures, 10 half immortal level treasures, 1 half immortal level treasure, high grade world card, gift of the goddess of luck. Note, all of the above prizes have been won. Chapter 330. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so happy, because any one of the 9 prizes was a good thing. What was even the worst of them? They were all half immortal level treasures. A half immortal level treasure was worth 12 billion evolution points. It could be said that this random draw was very awesome. Wang Mang even guessed that this might be the effect of a one-time good luck card. As for the 9 prizes, Wang Mang did not have any hope for the best prize. Wang Mang had been with the system for so long, how could he not understand the system's nature? It was probably just for him to see. Thus, Wang Mang did not have much hope for the random draw. At the same time, the lucky compass also began to rotate. 1 minute later, the lucky compass's rotation slowed down. Then, the system's voice sounded frowny face ding. Congratulations! Host obtained 18. 8 billion evolution points. Ding. Accumulation to meet evolution requirements. Begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was somewhat surprised. He thought that he would be able to obtain a quasi-immortal grade natural treasure. In the end, he did not expect that he would get 18. 8 billion evolution points. It actually did not give him the most trashy one. This was out of Wang Mang's expectations. However, a random lottery ticket could be exchanged for 18. 8 billion evolution points. Wang Mang felt that it was okay. After all, it was better than getting a trashy item. Don't forget, Wang Mang also got a trashy item from the random draw. Thus 18, 8 billion evolution points was really not bad. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood was quite good. Afterwards, Wang Mang once again silently said in his heart, "System, let's have another random draw." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host! You have successfully used the lucky draw opportunity. Then, a compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. However, after seeing the 9 prizes on the compass, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. The 9 prizes were as follows: Frowny Face Advanced Blind Box X1. 1 billion evolution points. A set of sexy lingerie. My Reservoir really doesn't have any Monty Python novels, but I do have a collector's edition physical book. a high-quality pig slaughtering knife, 10 billion gold coins, a chastity belt made of pure gold, a pair of golden handcuffs made of pure gold. Small Country's Sakurai Rhea starred in a small movie, F***CK. There were 9 prizes. Are you sure it's a random prize? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was extremely depressed, because these 9 random prizes were completely impossible to obtain. What kind of nonsense is this? Holy Horse Chastity Belt. What kind of movie is this? What pig slaughtering knife? What the hell is this? For a moment, Wang Mang was speechless. Out of the 9 prizes, there was basically nothing good to choose from. Just as Wang Mang was speechless and depressed, the lucky compass began to spin quickly. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was simply speechless. He was finally lucky for once. He had obtained the second best prize from the random draw. This 1 billion evolution points was among the 9 prizes. It should be considered as one of the best prizes in the game. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but be speechless. This was the only time he had obtained something good from the random draw. In the end, he had obtained something good from a pile of trash. This time, the random draw was a loss. Wang Mang, who was helpless in his heart, could only clench his teeth and say, "System, open a top-quality blind box for me." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened a top-quality blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 200 million evolution points. F***CK. Don't be like this. To be honest, after listening to the system's first prize, Wang Mang's heart was extremely flustered. After all, the first prize was only 200 million evolution points. This was not a good sign. Just when Wang Mang was flustered, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. After hearing the second prize, Wang Mang finally let out a sigh of relief. If the first prize was not good, then the second prize was not good either. Wang Mang guessed that this top-quality blind box was basically finished. Fortunately, the second lottery did not disappoint him. There was finally some improvement. Thus, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 billion evolution points. Wang Mang secretly nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected, this top-quality blind box did not disappoint him. Just when Wang Mang was feeling gratified, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Although it was a bit less, it was still okay. Wang Mang muttered to himself and continued to wait for the prize to appear. Then the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 million evolution points. Damn. Don't. System Daddy, give me more strength. Don't be like this. Fine. This time's prize immediately made Wang Mang unable to remain calm. This was because the prize was too little. 100 million evolution points had already appeared. Wang Mang naturally became flustered again. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, for the 6th time, frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. Obtained 9 billion evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this top-quality blind box also gave him 100 million evolution points, or 200 million evolution points. However, overall, it was still not bad. The total amount of evolution points from this top-quality blind box added up. It was a total of 2 billion evolution points. Compared to the previous top-quality blind box, the difference was not big. Naturally, it was a good thing that had been opened for so long. In truth, Wang Meng himself did not know. How many evolution points did he actually accumulate? If he did not remember incorrectly, he seemed to have used 3 diamond treasure chests, 2 top-quality blind boxes, and 2 random draws. He did not know how many evolution points he had accumulated with so many things. Thinking about this, Wang Meng also wanted to see how many evolution points he had accumulated. Then Wang Meng happily muttered in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Meng type, 6-winged 3-headed python, adult, cultivation, 7,500 years, demon emperor, body, 212 meters long, 8 meters wide, 5 million kilograms weight. Fighting strength, 5 million kilograms, bite force, 130 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking divine abilities, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser beam, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, wishful bone spur, thunderbolt incantation, 1 step in the world. Space, probing information, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, random draw chance X1, top quality blind box X1, free chance to evolve X5. Shopping center, open luck, 88, dragon among snakes, evolution points, 47. 5 billion/22 billion current ranking, world ranking, 86th. Chapter 332. The next moment, the system's voice could be heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a random powerhouse summoning card. Note, after use, a random powerhouse will descend to this world. It is unknown whether the summoning target is an enemy or a friend. Note, after use, the random powerhouse will be summoned. Its strength is unknown, gender is unknown, good or bad is unknown. Warning, this is not the projection of a crossover powerhouse. It is the real summoning of a powerhouse. Please use it with caution. Bear the consequences. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Meng could not help but be stunned. He did not expect anything from the system. In the end, he got it. At the thought of this, for a moment, Wang Meng did not know what to say. He was happy and helpless at the same time. He was happy that he got a summoning card again. Moreover, it was different from the summoning card last time. It was the crossover projection summoning card last time. But this time, he got a random powerhouse summoning card. That was to say, after the summoning, the powerhouse would not disappear, but would really descend to Earth. To put it bluntly, this summoning card was much more impressive than the crossover projection summoning card last time. However, Wang Meng did not dare to use it casually. Sigh, I got something that gives me a headache again. Impressive is impressive. The problem is that I don't dare to use it casually. At the thought of this, Wang Meng secretly shook his head and did not want to think too much about it. It was better not to use this unless it was a critical moment, because once he used it, it would be a matter of fate. Forget it. Let's evolve first. After muttering to himself for a while, Wang Meng had completely given up the chance to evolve 10 times in a row. Oh, wrong. It could not be said that he had given up. He did not have this chance at all. Diamond treasure chest, random lottery draw, supreme grade blind box. Basically, he used all of them. In the end, it was still not enough. The key was the random lottery draw this time. Wang Meng could not say that he got a piece of trash. This was because this thing was really powerful. It was not an ordinary kind of ferocious. It was possible to summon Daluo golden immortals and Gautama Buddha. This was similar to the last time when he used the crossover projection summoning card. He even summoned the darkened Monkey King. Therefore, Wang Mang was in a good mood, especially when he thought about the harvest this time. Wang Mang happily chanted in his heart, "System, begin the evolution. Use evolution points to evolve." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 22 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang lost consciousness during the evolution. 2 hours later, Wang Mang slowly woke up again. He did not observe the changes in his body. Instead, he continued to recite, "System. Another evolution. Use evolution points." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Successfully deducted 25 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang lost consciousness again. 2 hours later, Wang Mang woke up again. After waking up, Wang Mang still did not observe the changes in his body. He once again muttered to himself, "System, use 5 free evolution opportunities." The system's voice sounded again, frowny face ding. Host has successfully used 5 free evolution opportunities. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang lost consciousness again. However, the evolution time this time was very long. 1 day later, only then did Wang Mang completely awaken from his evolution. After waking up, Wang Mang could feel that his body was full of power. This was an indescribable feeling of power. It was so strong that he could clearly feel it. After that, Wang Mang observed the changes in his body. First of all, it was worth mentioning that his 2 sharp horns had grown longer again. After that, Wang Mang's body became a lot bigger. Other than that, Wang Mang felt that this crazy evolution should have increased his strength by a lot. As for how much stronger he became, Wang Mang himself was not clear. Therefore, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Type, 6-winged 3-headed python peak. Cultivation, 8,200 years, Demon Emperor. Body, 240 meters long, 12 meters wide. 7, 5 million kilograms weight. Combat power. 7, 5 million kilograms bite force, 138 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul control seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven escape, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, 1 step in the world. Space, information detection, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, chance to draw divine ability X1. Shopping center, activated luck, 99, good luck befalls me, evolution points, 3 billion/40 billion current ranking, 49th in the world. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang secretly nodded with satisfaction. The increase in strength this time was too great. His body length had reached 240 meters. It had increased by almost 36 meters. His weight had reached 5 million kilograms. It had increased by 5 million kilograms. This was equivalent to a weight of 5,000 tons. Now, his weight had reached 7,500 tons. Moreover, Wang Mang had discovered it. Once his strength reached a certain level, the data of his every increase could not be calculated using the previous calculation method. After all, his weight had directly increased by 3 times from the previous evolution. No wonder he could clearly feel the increase in strength this time. Other than that, his cultivation had also reached the 8,200-year level. He had completely surpassed the 7,000-year level of the Demon Emperor. He had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor. The 8,000-year level of the Demon Emperor was also known as the peak of the Demon Emperor among the demon race. This was because the 8,000-year level of the Demon Emperor was already close to the land immortal. It was not an exaggeration to call it the peak of the Demon Emperor. Therefore, after roughly understanding the extent of the increase in strength, at this moment, Wang Meng could be said to be in high spirits. What made Wang Meng the happiest was that his strength ranking, it had directly leaped over. He had gone from the original ranking of the world's strongest to 80 or 90. He had directly entered the top 50 of the world's strongest. This meant that there were less than 50 strong people on Earth who were stronger than him. Because of this, the current Wang Meng's heart was extremely inflated. Right now, he really wanted to find a strong person to test his strength. However, from Wang Meng's point of view, his current strength was in the Red Empire. Other than the strong people of the Nether Hell, he had no opponents in the Red Empire. In addition, his current strength was completely enough to rule the land Demon Emperor of the Red Empire.